a time when insurance companies, we're not going back. We're going forward. And the reason we know we can't go back, to your point, the reason we know we can't go back, on the issue of the Affordable Care Act, remember what that was like before we had the Affordable Care Act? Remember when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions? Remember what that was like? Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes. So yeah, we're not going back. We're not going back. And we will...
Real quick, guys, I apologize. The rally started sooner than that I saw the schedule was for. So I jumped on as soon as I could. We're going to cover her speaking at the rally, and then we have video of the Trump town hall after.
For freedom. Like the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do.
Also, the audio on the Reuters feed is having a few issues. You can still hear it. I know it's a little crackly. There's nothing I can do about the audio. I apologize about that.
The United States Supreme Court. With the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and they did just as he intended. And now, more than 20 states have a Trump abortion ban, including Georgia. In fact, every state in the South, except for Virginia, has a Trump abortion ban. And think about that. Many, with no exceptions even for rape and incest. That is immoral. Immoral. And let us all agree, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. And if he wins, Donald Trump will go further. He will sign a national abortion ban, you best believe. And he would create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. It's right there in Project 2025. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Simply put, they are out of their minds. Trust women. Well, we trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. And across our nation, in addition to that, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won fundamental freedoms. Say something. Hold up for a second. Hold up for a second. Let me just say something. Let me just say something. We are fighting for a democracy. Everyone has a right and should have their voices heard. I am speaking now, but on the subject, I will say this. The President and I are working around the clock. We've got to get a hostage deal done and get a ceasefire done now. So back to this election and Donald Trump. So in addition to the fight on the fundamental freedom to make decisions about one's own body, I have been traveling our country, and the people of Georgia know what I know. There is a full-on assault on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, including the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe, on the fundamental freedom to make decisions about one's own body. And an attack on the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. Including the freedom to live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. Here's the thing. Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. Now, Savannah, the baton is in our hands. So we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We who believe in the freedom to live safe from gun violence will finally pass universal background checks and red flag laws. So much is on the line in this election. So much is on the line. And understand, this is not 2016 or 2020. Things are different. A lot is the same when we think about the issues, and then there is significant differences. The stakes in 2024 are even higher. Because consider that the United States Supreme Court recently just basically told the former president that going forward he will be effectively immune no matter what he does in the White House. Now just imagine, well, the courts are going to take care of that. We're going to get them out of, we're going to elect ourselves and everybody here in November. The Supreme Court ruling because understand what this means. Just imagine, before there was at least the threat of consequence. Understand what it now means, and imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. Imagine what that means when you consider he has openly vowed that if reelected on day one, he will be a dictator. He would end the independence of the Department of Justice so he could have unchecked power and seek vengeance against people who disagree with him. He even called for termination of the United States Supreme, the supreme land of our nation, the United States Constitution. Think about what that means, and let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States of America. Never again. So it all comes down to this. We are all here together, spending this time together because we love our country. We love our country. We love our country. And we know the privilege and pride that comes with being American. And I do believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country. That is how we realize the promise of America. Georgia, for the past 2 election cycles, voters in this very state, you who are here, have delivered. You sent 2 extraordinary senators to Washington, D.C. You sent President Biden and me to the White House. You showed up. You knocked on doors. You registered folks to vote. And you made it happen. You did that. You did that. And so now we are asking you to do it again. Do it again. Let's do it again. So, Savannah, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, God bless you and God bless the United States of America.
All right, so that was, we got to see some of Kamala Harris speak in Georgia. I'm sorry, I didn't, first of all, I didn't know we would have access to this footage. And second of all, I can't play the music, by the way. Second of all, I had a schedule that had this starting later. So it started earlier than I thought it would. So I got on as fast as I could. But we're going to have the Trump town hall footage coming up. That is supposed to start. We'll be on the air a little while. The Trump town hall is supposed to start in an hour in at like 7, I think. At 7. So we'll hang out until that happens. I had thought this was supposed to start at like 5:30. I had seen something that she was going to start speaking at 5:30. Well, it's 5:34 and she's done. Anyways, we'll talk about the campaign. Hang on one second here. So we'll just watch her. We'll take some comments from you guys. We will watch her leave. And we will talk about the presidential race. We might be here for a little while because I think Trump might be speaking right now. Is he speaking now? Somewhere else? Yeah, he's speaking in Michigan right now, which, right, so after he speaks in Michigan, he's going to go to Wisconsin. Wonder if that'll start on time. So Trump was supposed to speak in Michigan, but he's still speaking. Well, I don't know. Maybe everything's going to be late tonight. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, he started in Michigan. He started like an hour ago, Trump. So We might be here a while. I don't know if I'm going to like be on camera the whole time or just put up something that says we're waiting, because the Trump town hall could start in like 2.5 hours. No, I can't show the Harris interview tonight. I'm not allowed to show that. I'm not allowed to show the Harris interview. I don't have the rights to that. Let me try to get a feel for when this Trump thing is going to start. I have a feeling it's going to take a while. Because he literally is still speaking in Potterville, Michigan. Well, we'll keep an eye on her. We'll watch her. I can't play the music. We'll watch her, and then we'll talk about the Trump town hall. Lithrone says, I can't wait for this election cycle to be over with. We have a debate coming up in 12 days. The debate is in 12 days. This was really weird. I thought the scheduling was going to work out because, again, I saw a schedule right before coming on that said she was going to speak at 5:30. So I was like, we'll go on. We'll get her at 5:30. She'll speak. I don't even know how long she spoke for. Did she not speak that long? Let's see. I don't know if I can figure this out. Yeah, so, like, it looks like she started speaking. Am I crazy? I mean, one of the news networks started covering it at like 5:14, which is just a few minutes before I started covering it. And then she finished speaking like, hold on. Yeah, 20 minutes later. I think she spoke about 20 minutes. Actually, I can figure out how long she spoke for. Hold on a second here. I'm interested, so I'm going to figure it out. We'll watch her leave. Let's see here. Yes, so her speech, I'm checking it right now. Her speech was about 21 minutes long, okay? It's good to know for the future. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Babs for your support, and thank you to Rebecca for your support. Is Trump still speaking? Let's see. Yes, Trump is still speaking in Michigan. Hey guys, you're welcome to have your own views in the chat. That's fine. Just keep it respectful. I mean, come on, really. If you can't keep it respectful, you're going to get timed out or you're going to get hidden. So the Trump event a little later is going to be a town hall, but it's not hosted by like a network or anything. No, I don't have access to the Trump footage that with him speaking right now. I don't have access to that footage. I have access to I have an access to a stream of the town hall. I don't get access to every single thing. Oh, Trump is finishing right now. I think Trump is just finishing right now in Michigan. It looks like he's finishing. Because I see him, unless I'm wrong, I can see him turned around. He's walking around. I might be wrong. He's like giving thumbs up to people. Yeah, it looks like he's leaving now. Trump is leaving. Okay, so Trump just finished speaking in Michigan. So now he's going to head to Wisconsin. Who knows? Maybe that'll start on time. Yeah, Trump is leaving. He's leaving Michigan where he was speaking right now. No, again, I don't have the rights to show that. She's actually taking a lot of time to greet people. Hey, a quick thank you to Kyle Rowe and Otis Fats. Kyle, I think I'm going to stick to campaign for this coverage. We'll talk about campaign stuff. But if there's big news on other stories later, we will discuss it. We'll see how much time we have, though. I don't know how late Trump is going to be. So that could change if Trump's going to be super late. We'll have to see. I like to keep the subject of the topic of the stream, the official topic. But thank you so much, Kyle Rowe and Otis Fats. Hey, while I have a second, let me thank our moderators. We have Sabrina. And we have Linda Belk and Larry moderating on X. Also on Twitch, we have our moderators over there. A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, and Papa Bear. And also on Facebook, Margaret Riley is there. Thank you. Moderating. Let me do something real quick. You know what's weird? Something was weird with the scheduling because, as I mentioned to you, I had seen a schedule where she was supposed to start speaking at 5:30, and before I even got on the air, she started speaking. But CNN did the same thing. I mean, CNN did not cut to her until she was already speaking. No, Trump got done speaking not at his town hall. He was speaking at a different event. He's on his way to the town hall. Again, I think they're still playing music here. Yeah, they're still playing. I can't play the music. It's just like full copyrighted music. The Morph Retro, the first debate is September 10th. September 10th is the first debate. I don't know if we'll be able to show that to you, but we'll do some kind of stream. We'll talk about the town hall shortly. I wonder, is he gonna fly from? Is he flying from Michigan to Wisconsin? So Trump is going from Pottersville, Michigan to La Crosse, Wisconsin. I'm going to look that up on the map. I'll actually show you guys a map in a second. But he's going from Pottersville, Michigan to La Crosse, Wisconsin. So, according to Google Maps, According to Google Maps, if you drive from Potters, no, he's got to be flying. It's like a 7-hour drive. It's like 500 miles. There's no way. That Trump event is going to be so late tonight. The Trump town hall, the official start time for the town hall, I believe, is 6 local time. According to Google Maps, if you were to drive, it's like a 500-mile drive. So there's just no way it's going to start on time. Because he's going to, I mean, if you fly, it's going to take, what, over an hour to fly there? Yeah, the official start time for the town hall is 6 o'clock Central Time, which is in an hour and 15 minutes. And he just finished speaking. Oh, thank you so much, Janet Burnett. I appreciate that, Janet. Thank you. Roger says there's weather coming not that way in Wisconsin. I haven't even checked the weather radar. There is some stormy weather moving across the area. There actually is. I don't know if that's going to affect us. Well, it's right now. It's not in Wisconsin. Right now, I just went to the radar. The stormy weather is like is just in like the western part of Wisconsin right now. So there's this whole big line of storms, but it hasn't reached like the middle of Wisconsin yet. Although La Crosse is in the west of Wisconsin, so I don't know if that's going to be an issue because La Crosse is actually in the west of Wisconsin. Who knows? But it's down further. I'll show you in a second. I want to keep an eye on this, but we'll talk about it in a second. Hey, thanks again, Janet Burnett. I really appreciate that. Is she still out there saying hi to people? I assume she is. Thanks, Babs, for gifting a membership. Thank you, Babs. I assume she's still there. Sorry, I was looking up a weather map. You know, it's interesting. She spoke for about 20 minutes. And I think she's been saying hi to people for like 15 minutes now. So clearly that's something important for her. I don't know if it's particular people she's saying hi to. Maybe there's certain people that she thinks it's important to say hi to. But again, she spoke for about 20 minutes, and she's been saying hi for about 15 minutes after. Jonah says, I measured the distance from airport to airport, and he thinks it'd be about a 45-minute to an hour flight. He says it's about 350 miles. Yeah, and then he's got to get to the airport and take off. He can't just... He just left... I don't even know. What airport is he taking off from? Pottersville, Trump? Maybe we can watch his plane. Can we watch his plane on Flight Radar 24 as we wait for the Trump town hall? Jared thinks it's pre-selected people for her to talk to. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised, given that the length of time she's been saying hi to people, which is approaching the length of time she spoke. Maybe it's like there's some, maybe there's some big donors or something, or influential local people who she really wants to say hi to, and, but certainly noticeable that the length of time of her saying hi to the crowd is approaching the length of time she spoke for. Murph D thinks Trump will be flying out of Lansing. Sorry, it's not Pottersville, it's Potterville. I'm an idiot. It's Potterville. Yeah, Potterville is near Lansing. That is true. So maybe he is flying out of Lansing. I don't know. There's Lansing International Airport. That would make sense. Oh, all right, there you go. There's the arena. I bet we're going to lose that stream soon. Yeah, so we'll talk about everything. I just want to keep an eye on this for a second. Anyways, there we go. All right, we'll come back to me. Let's talk. So I apologize about the timing of everything. I'm going to take out my headphones for the moment, too. Let me take out my headphones. It'll be much more pleasant. I might pause for a second. All right, let me change the headline. Coming up, Trump Town Hall. Hold on. Coming up, Trump Town Hall in Wisconsin, 6 p.m. Central Time or after, because he could be late. I think he will be late. So let me just fix this. Then we'll talk about things. But I think that'll be an interesting event. That's why I wanted to cover it. Oops, let me just fix this headline here. It's going to say this live event has ended. That's the previous live event. That's the rally, which we got to watch about 10 minutes of. Wasn't even that long a rally. She spoke for like 20 minutes. I mean, they probably had people speak before her. So let me show you where this is happening. Let me show you a map. Here's a map, okay? This is from Google Maps. Now what's happening? Hang on one second here. Hang on. One moment here. So people are asking about the flight. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Now, okay, so Trump just spoke in Potterville. He just spoke in Potterville. What is going on here? Stop doing this. Stop doing this. Okay. He just spoke in Potterville, Michigan, and he's going to La Crosse, Wisconsin. And he's going to be flying, not driving. I wonder if there's a way to do the flight thing. What does the flight thing say? Flights? Oh, that's helpful. See, this says it's not really helpful because it says 3 hours, but I bet that's with a stop or something. One or more stops. Let's just get rid of this. Let's get back to driving. So that's the drive, but he's not driving. He's flying. So, you know, if you do the distance thing here, we're talking about, it's about 300, as Jonas said, 350 miles away. Oh, you can't see that. Hold on. See, it says 350, around 350 at the bottom, give or take. So, so he's going to be flying, and right now it's 5:55 p.m. Eastern time. If he's flying from Lansing, I mean, Lansing Airport Lansing is not far. Lansing is like 5 miles from Potterville. So if he took off pretty fast from Potterville, I don't know if he did. If he did, he's probably close to the Lansing Airport right now, but I don't know that for sure. So if that's where he's flying out of, because there is an airport there, you know, You never know. You never know. It could start close to being on time. Just to show you the weather, I want to show you guys the weather. So this is radar Omega here. Radar Omega. And I don't know that it'll affect him. I mean, there's Lansing right there to the east of these storms. But La Crosse, he's going to La Crosse. So La Crosse is here. So in this radar loop is a, 25-minute radar loop. So, I mean, if you just eyeball it, it looks like that he should be able to make it to La Crosse before that line of storms comes across there. Because that's a 25-minute radar loop that goes up to 5:52 Eastern Time. So maybe he'll be okay. But he's going from Lansing area to La Crosse here. Now, I also want, I'll keep an eye on flight radar as well. We'll see if he starts flying on flight radar. If somebody sees him flying, let me know. But this is coming up. Thanks, by the way, thanks to Right Side Broadcasting. We're going to have footage of it. Right Side has been nice enough to let me use their footage of the Trump town hall. I think it'll be an interesting event, even though it's not done through a TV network. Tulsi Gabbard, I think, is moderating the town hall. I wonder, could we get... So when Right Side goes live, if they have a shot early, of the arena, I'll show it to you. But big shout out to them. So we like to, you got to see again. I would have liked to have shown you the whole Harris rally. She only spoke for 20 minutes. We probably watched about half of it. Again, I really apologize. The timing was strange on it. Normally those things start late. But the last I had seen posted was that it was going to start at 5:30, and I came on the air at about before 5:30, and she'd already started. So I do apologize. I did the best I could. I didn't even know I'd have the stream until right before. Reuters just announced right before, like, oh, we have this. You can use the stream. So I jumped on as fast as I could. But so we got to see some of that. And I don't even know, you know what? I don't even know if the Reuters stream started on time. I should check that. Oh, it did. You know what I should do? You know what I can do? This is what I should do. Some of you are going to hate this idea. I actually think this is a good idea. I think this is a good idea, and some of you are going to hate it. Because we didn't get to see the first part of her remarks. But I can show it to you. I can show you the first part of her remarks. So why don't we watch the first half of the rally? We're going to have time to talk anyway. Believe me. Yeah, we didn't get to see it. Let's do that. This was I'm gonna show you the first part of what she said. Yeah, we'll do that because I didn't see it. I didn't get to see it. So it's not like she spoke for 20 minutes, but it was just so fast. It came on so fast. The Trump rally is not starting until at least an hour from now. I think it's going to be more than that. I mean, the Trump town hall. So let me do that. I think that's the right call. What I need to do is this. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. What was that coming from? Oh, I see. One of our viewers mentioned that she'd been in other places too. Oops. Hang on, this is a little bit of an operation here. Hang on. All right, I'm gonna show her. I'm gonna put it up on the screen right now, and we'll watch. How should I? Minutes ago. Moments ago? Moments sounds less than minutes, doesn't it? Should I put minutes ago? A short while ago is too long. I'm going to put just replay up there. Earlier today, okay, here we go. I'm getting it up for you on the screen right now. We'll watch the start of her speech, which we didn't get to see, and then we will talk about it and talk about Trump's town hall coming up. I got it. I got it on the screen for you now. Okay, we should be good to go there.
Oh, good afternoon. Oh, it's good to be back in Savannah. Good afternoon. Can we please hear for Caitlin and her incredible leadership. Look, when I look out at our young leaders like Caitlin, I know our future is so bright. It is so bright. I want to thank Mayor Johnson. Thank you for yours. There you are. We've been hanging out for the last 2 days. Mayor, I thank you so very much for your leadership. Thank you. Congresswoman Nikema Williams, the chair of the Democratic Party of Georgia, for your friendship and your sisterhood. And to all the leaders with us today, good afternoon, good afternoon. Bring greetings from our president and a great friend of the state of Georgia, Joe Biden. And let us also send our love to the great president from the state of Georgia, Jimmy Carter. So, Georgia, I love you back. I love you back. And we have 68 days to go until this election. 68 days to go. And I think you all have spent your time here, sacrificing all your other obligations to be here together, us as one community, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And I thank you for taking that time. And listen, so we're here to speak truth. And one of the things that we know, this is going to be a tight race until the very end. Okay? So let's not pay too much attention to the polls, because we are running as the underdog. Okay? And we have some hard work ahead of us, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is good work. And with your help, we are going to win this November. So look, Georgia, let me say, I'm no stranger to tough fights. Before I was elected vice president, before I was elected a United States senator, I was an elected attorney general, and before that, an elected district attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. So every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I spoke 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. My entire career, I've only had one client: the people. I stood for women and children against predators who abused them. I took on the big banks and delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure. I fought against cartels who traffic in guns, drugs, and human beings. And I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges. Workers who were being cheated out of the wages they were due, and for seniors facing elder abuse. And I will tell you, those fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. We are in right now a fight for America's future. We fight for a future with affordable child care, paid leave, and affordable health care. And on that last subject, let's finally expand Medicaid in Georgia. People can take their child to a doctor or go to an emergency room without going into medical debt. We fight for a future where we build what I call an opportunity economy, so that every American has the opportunity to own a home, to start a business, and to build wealth and intergenerational wealth. And a future where we lower the cost of living for America's families. So when I was Attorney General, I went after price-fixing schemes. And love you back, love you back. And I will tell you, when we get this done together, my friend, and when I am president, I will take on the bad actors who exploit a crisis to rip off consumers on everyday items. To rip off consumers on everyday items like groceries. I will take on Big Pharma and cap the cost of prescription drugs and insulin for all Americans. housing and work with developers to cut the red tape and build millions of new homes. And I will give 100 million Americans a tax cut, including $6,000 to families during the first year of their child's life. Need a little help from time to time, and it's not about just getting by, it's about getting ahead. $6,000 in the first year of a child's life to help pay for that car seat or the crib or the baby clothes. And unlike Donald Trump, I will always put the middle class and working class families first. From the middle class. I know what I'm talking about. And Savannah, but we got some work to do, okay? We got some work to do because we know Donald Trump has a very different plan. He has a very different plan. His Project 2025 agenda. Right. If he is elected, Donald Trump intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He wants to impose what, in effect, is a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities. And it will cost, the economists will tell you, it will cost a typical American family nearly $4,000 a year. So, Georgia, on top of all of this, if Donald Trump wins in November, he intends to end the Affordable Care Act, to take us back to a time when insurance companies, we're not going back. We are not, we're going forward. And the reason we know we can't go back, to your point, the reason we know we can't go back, on the issue of the Affordable Care Act, remember what that was like before we had the Affordable Care Act? Remember when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions? Remember what that was like? Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes. So yeah, we're not going back. We're not going back. And we will move forward. For the future. And it is a fight for freedom. Like the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And understand how we got here. When he was president, Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and they did just as he intended. And now, more than 20 states have a Trump abortion ban, including Georgia. State in the South, except for Virginia, has a Trump abortion ban. And think about that. Many, with no exceptions even for rape and incest. That is immoral. Immoral. And let us all agree, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government president should not be telling her what to do. Trump will go further. He will sign a national abortion ban, you best believe. And he would create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. It's right there in Project 2025. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Simply put, they are out of their minds. Well, we trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. And across our nation, in addition to that, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won fundamental freedoms. Hold up for a second. Let me just say something. We are fighting for a democracy. Everyone has a right and should have their voices heard. I am speaking now, but on the subject, I will say this. The President and I are working around the clock. We've got to get a hostage deal done and get a ceasefire done now. So back to this election and Donald Trump. So in addition to the fight on the fundamental freedom to make decisions about one's own body, I have been traveling our country, and the people of Georgia know what I know. There is a full-on assault on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, including the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, and an attack on the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. To live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. Here's the thing. Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. Now, Savannah, the baton is in our hands. So we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We who believe in the freedom to live safe from gun violence will finally pass universal background checks and red flag laws. So much is on the line in this election. So much is on the line. And understand, this is not 2016 or 2020. Things are different. A lot is the same when we think about the issues, and then there is significant differences. The stakes in 2024 are even higher, because consider that the United States Supreme Court recently just basically told the former president that going forward he will be effectively immune no matter what he does in the White House. Now just imagine, well, the courts are going to take care of that. We're going to get them out of, we're going to elect ourselves and everybody here in November. But I mentioned the Supreme Court ruling because understand what this means. Just imagine, before there was at least the threat of consequence. Understand what it now means, and imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. Imagine what that means when you consider he has openly vowed that if reelected on day one, he will be a dictator. That he would end the independence of the Department of Justice so he could have unchecked power and seek vengeance against people who disagree with him. He even called for termination of the United States Supreme, the supreme land of our nation, the United States Constitution. Think about what that means, and let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States of America. Never again. So it all comes down to this. We are all here together, spending this time together because we love our country. We love our country. We love our country. And we know the privilege and pride that comes with being American. And I do believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country. Promise of America. Georgia, for the past 2 election cycles, voters in this very state, you who are here, have delivered. You sent 2 extraordinary senators to Washington, D.C. You sent President Biden and me to the White House. You showed up, you knocked on doors, you registered folks to vote, and you made it happen. You did that. You did that. And so now we are asking you to do it again. Do it again. Let's do it again. So, Savannah, are you ready to make your voices heard?
All right, so we got to hear the rally. When we first started covering it, we caught like probably the last 60% of it, but I wanted to replay the first part for you, but I just figured I'd let it run because she spoke for like 20 minutes. It wasn't that long of a speech. So what we're going to do now is And then she ends up saying hi to people for like 15 minutes or whatever. So what we're going to do now is Trump, his town hall in Wisconsin, which we're going to be showing you, the official start time for it is 7 Eastern, 6 Central. But he finished talking in Michigan, about an hour flight away from Wisconsin. He finished talking in Potterville, Michigan, I want to say around like 5:40 Eastern time. So I don't even know if his flight is taken off yet. I looked on Flight Tracker. I couldn't find his flight, but maybe it's just not on Flight Tracker. So on Flight Radar 24. So hopefully he'll start close to on time, but I don't know when that'll get started. It's supposed to start at 6 Central, 7 Eastern, which is like in a half an hour. But we'll have to see when it actually starts. Okay? So I think what I'll do is I'm going to take some comments from you guys and give you a couple updates here. Yeah, and I'll now that we watch the replay of this, I'm gonna turn this thing off. Hang on a moment here. I'm glad we at least got to see it. And I will keep an eye out. Is anyone, no one in the chat is saying that they're tracking the flight. I'll show you the flight tracker. I didn't see it anywhere. So here's Flight Radar, here's Flight Radar 24. Okay, so there's, Trump spoke in Potterville, and there's an airport in Lansing. And then he's heading to La Crosse, Wisconsin, which is over here. There actually is an airport, La Crosse Regional Airport. Maybe he's flying there. But I was looking and I couldn't find anything that was leaving the Lansing area. Like there's Lansing right there. So how about this plane? I guess it could be that one. There's no information. No, it's not that one because that didn't leave from Lansing. So I'm just clicking on the various planes that would be headed that way. But I don't see any of them that would be his plane. Obviously, these are not his planes. Anyways, maybe some of you guys know. Yeah, it might just not be tracked. Sometimes his plane is tracked, but it might not be tracked. So, anyways, I'll let you know if I have any updates about when he is landing. Oh, Wickedest Witch said he was flying a plane earlier. All right, hold on a second. Hang on a moment. Wickedest Witch posted a flight number. I wonder if it's on radar box. Let's see. Okay, I just checked AirNav, Radar Box, and Flight Radar 24, and it's not on either of those. Is it on ADSB Exchange? No, ADSB Exchange does not have it on current view either. So it might just be flying and not be tracked right now. Let me do something real quick here also. Hang on, guys, give me 1 second here. I'm preparing to show you. I need to prepare to show you the town hall. So let me just do this real quick. Let me do a couple things here. This will be helpful for later. That's one thing. Do they close airspace for Trump? I don't know how that works with him flying, whether they clear out certain airspace or not. Here's the information about the town hall. Look. President Trump to hold a town hall in La Crosse, Wisconsin. You can see it says doors opened at 2 p.m. Central. It is supposed to start at 6 p.m. Central. We'll see if that happens. The place is filled, from what I can tell, at the La Crosse Center. So we're going to be bringing you that. Here, you can see this right here. Oops. Trump campaigns in Michigan, Wisconsin. Harris will have sit-down interview with CNN. Yeah, I think they already recorded that. Harris and Walz recorded an interview with CNN that's going to run tonight. Where is... Trump is campaigning today in Michigan and Wisconsin. He was already in Michigan. This is from Associated Press. As he ramps up his battleground state travel heading into the traditional Labor Day turn toward the fall election. Trump is intensely focused on recapturing states he won in 2016, but lost narrowly in 2020 as he continues to adjust to the reality of his new race against Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris. His first stop today was Potterville, Michigan, near the state capital of Lansing, where he railed against the Biden administration over inflation in the most dramatic terms, accusing Harris and President Biden of having presided over an economic reign of terror and committing one financial atrocity after another. Say anything about the town hall here? I was trying to find something specific about the town hall. Yes, you can see here, Trump is going to La Crosse, Wisconsin for a town hall moderated by former Representative Tulsi Gabbard, who endorsed him in Detroit. It will be Trump's first visit to Wisconsin since the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. And then Harris and Walz actually already recorded this interview today with CNN. That's going to air at 9 p.m. Eastern. That's her first major television interview of their first major television interview of their presidential campaign. The interview with CNN's Dana Bash, I think, will give Harris a chance to quell criticism that she has avoided uncontrolled environments. All right. Do you guys have any comments on the upcoming town hall? Give me a shout at Lookner. I'm going to check the chat too, but at Lookner on X. Eve Richards says, can't wait. Can't wait for the interview or the town hall. I don't know which one. Ooh, let me do something real quick. Real quick, hang on a moment. Just doing something to prepare to show you the rally, or to show you the town hall. There we go. Good. Town hall coming up, guys. The Trump town hall is coming up. Right Side Broadcasting has been nice enough to let us use their footage. So we're going to be showing it to you. Oops, give me one moment here. I am just getting things set up here. I'm getting things set up. Thanks for your patience. Wonderful. Wonderful. Ronnie Dyer says the place is packed in Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm looking at the right side. They're doing a little pre-show right now, and it does look like the place is packed. I can't tell all the way around, but I would not be surprised if it's filled. It is currently 6:37. Also, I don't know how it's going to work because, again, it's not like a TV network doing the town hall. I think it's a Trump campaign event. I think it is because it's on the Trump campaign website. So, I don't know if maybe they'll know what people are going to say before they say it. I don't know that they're going to just get random people to ask questions. Maybe they'll have asked people beforehand. Does anybody want to ask questions? And checked out the people beforehand. I can't say. I don't know. Pine Green says it is packed everywhere. We are electing a new president in uncertain times. Crowd size big. Supergram says the interview that Harris and Walz did today that's running on CNN was taped and edited down to only 18 minutes. I'd heard that it had gotten edited a bit, but I don't know what the original length was. Supergram thinks that's pathetic for a woman who wants to be president of the United States. So I don't know the whole story on that. Let me try to get you some information on that. This is from Associated Press. In first sit-down interview of her presidential campaign, Harris says, "My values have not changed." This says the full interview is set to air at 9 p.m. Okay. But are they airing the whole thing? I don't know. Harris's lack of media access over the past month has been one of the Republicans' key attack lines. It doesn't say it in that article. I honestly don't know. I mean, Jason Miller, who is with the Trump campaign, had posted that he heard that CNN would not be releasing the full transcript of the interview, of the 18-plus minute interview. But I mean, I don't know if that's true. And that report is just coming from literally the Trump campaign. So I'm going to wait until I have a source besides the Donald Trump campaign to figure out, to conclude whether CNN is or is not showing the whole interview and or releasing the entire transcript of the interview. But literally, the only source I've seen so far is Jason Miller, senior advisor to Trump. So why don't we wait and see? Because I haven't heard any other sourcing about that. I do not know. If I hear something, reliable, I'll let you know. It is 6:41. Eastern Time. What is this? Oh, Wickedest Witch said she saw ADSB exchange. She could find the plane? Because when I looked, it didn't come up. I'll have to look. I'll have to look again. Because when I searched, it did not come up for me. Oh, there it is. I think. Okay. Yes, it's flying over Michigan. Thank you, Wickedest Witch. Okay. This is going to take a little while to start. Is it on any of the other trackers? I'll tell you where it is. So if you go to ADSB Exchange, you can see it. According to ADSB Exchange, Trump's plane is, it hasn't even left Michigan airspace yet. It's like it's kind of near Grand Rapids. I'm sorry, I don't have permission to show their page, ADSB Exchange. But I was looking at 2 other flight trackers and I couldn't see it there. Oh, I got it. I have it. It's on Flight Radar 24. It's on Flight Radar 24. Look, we have Trump's plane live. We have it live. It's there. Thank you, Wickedest Witch. I very much appreciate that. So there is his plane, right there. Maybe we should create a filter. Maybe we should do this. Hide other aircraft. That's nifty. Flight Radar 24. So there is his plane. But it's there. It's got to go all the way over to here. Lacrosse is up here. It's going here. Oh, guys, we got a ways to go. We got a ways to go. How fast is it going? It's going 450 knots. It might not take that long. Is there a distance widget on here? No. How do I do distance on Flight Radar 24? Is there one? Widgets. That doesn't look like distance. Route. That's what it's taken so far. I thought there was one. Settings. I must be missing it. Miscellaneous. Yeah, it's not going to be that long. I mean, I can do it on Google Maps, but it's not that. I mean, it's probably 200 miles away or so, 200-something miles away at this point. I don't know why. Let me Google this for a second. Anyways, I'll show you. Let me show you on the map the distance. So right now he is basically a little bit east of Muskegon. He's about to fly over Muskegon, okay? And he's flying to Lacrosse, which is over here. So if we get the Google Maps up and we do, let's get rid of what's on the screen now. We don't need this anymore. Get rid of this. Go away. So what is the distance from Muskegon to Lacrosse? Roughly speaking, he's about 250 miles away, okay? And the ground speed is 463 knots, which is about 530 miles an hour. So really, it should be like less than 30 minutes until he gets in there. Why is he going to Lacrosse? Well, that's where the town hall is. He's going to Wisconsin because Wisconsin's an important swing state, a battleground state. The Midnight DJ thinks it'll take around 30 minutes. By the way, I owe a thank you to Core Win 719. Somebody asked for a 3D view. We'll do 3D view for a minute. Then we'll take some more comments from you guys. Sorry about the timing on this. I thought Harris was going to speak a little later. I didn't realize we'd have so much time between Harris and Trump. But anyways, so there is, oh, look at this. Look at the 3D view. So you can see it's about to head over the water there. I have to admit, I don't remember which lake this is. Don't get mad at me. It's Lake Michigan. There you go. So look, it's about to go over Lake Michigan. That's from Flight Radar 24. Yeah, I mean, by the time the plane lands and he gets off the plane and he drives to the venue, it's going to take a little while. Hey, thanks so much, Tim747. It was supposed to start in 14 minutes. That's not going to happen. The doors opened at 2 p.m. local time. It's almost 6 p.m. local time now. It's kind of a nice shot, though, of leaving. There's Michigan. Michigan's back here. Michigan's back here. And Wisconsin's over there. Oh, my gosh, how cool is this? Look, there's Michigan, and there's Wisconsin. Wow, pretty neat. And there's the bottom of the lake. There's the south part of the lake. Look at that, guys. Look at this view on Flight Radar 24. There's Michigan. Leaving Michigan. Is that Muskegon back here? I don't know which word Muskegon is. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about it. Going that way. But I wanted to, I think it'll be, even though it's not, even though it looks like it's being done by the campaign and not like a TV network, I think it might be. It's at least it seems like it'll be something a little different, the event tonight. I can tell you I'm not allowed to show it, but there's like 2 seats on the stage. There's 2 seats on the stage in Wisconsin where Trump and Tulsi Gabbard will be sitting. Does it show the weather? You can make it show the weather, but for weather, I was just looking at Radar Omega. My guess is that the weather's not going to be a factor because this right here is about a half-hour loop of radar, and you can see that line of storms has not gotten to La Crosse yet. He's going to La Crosse. It's good, it might be much more difficult to fly there an hour later, but that's the current radar from Radar Omega right there. So for now, looks okay. And I mean, again, given that it's about a half-hour loop, it seems like he should be okay. Just eyeballing it. Let's check back and on the other view. So there, yeah, see, he's already about halfway across Lake Michigan. And he's heading here to La Crosse. Right there. So look, now you can see there's Michigan there, and there's Wisconsin. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. Yeah, I can't change like the height of the view. These are planes. You're seeing other planes on the radar there. I'll just check and see if I have any updates for you. This is not Air Force One because he is not president. This is a Trump-owned plane. I think it may be called Trump Force One. I'm not sure. But this is a Trump plane. A private plane he is flying on. Again, this video is, it's not video. This graphic in this tracking is from Flight Radar 24. Great site, flightradar24.com. I very much appreciate them letting me show you their site. But if you're looking for a flight tracker, it's a really good one, Flight Radar 24. Let me do something real quick here. I just saw a report, by the way, from Reuters that said NASA said that the Boeing Starliner craft could return to Earth on its own late next week. I want to cover that if I have video of it. That's that spacecraft that took 2 astronauts to the International Space Station. Now they didn't feel comfortable enough using the spacecraft to bring them home. So they're going to bring the astronauts home on a SpaceX craft in February. But they're going to bring the empty spacecraft back to Earth. Maybe by the end of next week. So I'd like to cover that if I have something to show you when it happens. So I'll keep an eye out for that. Should we talk for a moment about the whole Arlington ceremony thing? That's been in the news today. We can talk about it for a second. The problem with the Boeing spacecraft is it had issues with thrust. It had thruster problems and helium leaks on the way up. And the big worry is that the thrusters would work on the way down. Okay, look. Hey, Trump's plane is about to go over Wisconsin airspace, guys. Check it out. Trump's plane is now about to pass over into Wisconsin airspace. There we go. It is getting close. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this view on Flight Radar 24. It came from over there. There's just a short while ago, it was all the way back there. Over Michigan. Well, it's just flown over Lake Michigan. And now, why are we watching his plane? Just for the fun of it. Because he's not speaking until he gets there and he's on the plane. So we're trying to figure out when he's going to speak. Diane Allworth says, all that travel would exhaust me. Hey, thanks to Nancy Elizabeth for gifting a subscription on Twitch and Crabsuit Lando for subscribing as well. Also, Gonzalez. Oh, I owe some. I'm so bad. I apologize, Twitch. I owe some thanks on Twitch. Gonzalez, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Nancy Elizabeth gave a second gift sub. Thank you so much. Thanks, Annie Cush, for cheering on Twitch. And Nancy Elizabeth actually gave a third gift sub. Boy, am I this is not good performance by me. A Moment of Lovely, thank you. Psyops, thank you. Sonia Foss Seal 69, thanks for your support on Twitch, and Annie Cush for the bits, and I Call Wit 9, and Big Ball of Yarn, thanks for your support on Twitch. I'm so bad. My brain didn't work and I didn't check. You know, Anonymous Gifter on Twitch gave out 10 gift subs. Thanks, Anonymous Gifter. Also, thank you, Psyops, for the bits. Annie Cush for the on-screen celebration. Relila gave out 5 subs. I am embarrassed right now. All these people were being really nice on Twitch and donating, and I didn't see it till now. This is like an hour ago. Terrible, terrible, Steve. Sonia Fossil, A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn. Diglet with Hat gave a gift sub. I'm embarrassed. I'm mortified by this. It's like the most gift subs you guys have ever given, and I wasn't looking. I'm really sorry. Diglet with Hat gave a bunch of bits. Nancy Elizabeth gave another sub. So many people gave subs. A Moment of Lovely. Thank you again. My bad. Thank you, Annie Cush. I hope some of these people are still there. I hope they're still there. Terrible. Terrible, Steve. Not paying attention. I don't, normally I check once in a while, I forget, and terrible. Again, I apologize, Twitch. That's my fault. That's my fault, Twitch. It's terrible. Okay. And thank you, Just as Zen, for the bits on Twitch. I appreciate that. All right. Okay, so he is flying to La Crosse, Wisconsin. He's got to be close now. Let's check out to figure out where he is. This is flight. Again, I didn't realize there would be so much time before him speaking, but we're getting you, we know if you're watching this, you probably want to see him speak at his town hall. So in the interest of bringing you updates on that, we are showing you Flight Radar 24. We can see his plane, and there is La Crosse right here, and there is his plane right here. So it's getting closer. I mean, you can see it. It's moving. You can see it moving on the screen, guys. So it's not going to be long now. And thank you, Mary Arnold. Hey, Mary, that's so generous of you. Wow, that was really nice of Mary Arnold. Thank you, Mary. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Also, Princess Teapot, thanks for your support as well. Thank you so much, Princess Teapot. I appreciate that. So it's getting really close. And there's the plane on Flight Radar 24. There's La Crosse Airport. I think maybe we should go back to 3D view. We're going to go back to 3D view. I'm sure it'll be coming into view soon. Look, guys, there it is. The altitude is at 25,700. I don't know if it's dropping. Yes, the altitude is dropping. Where the altitude is dropping, you can see the altitude dropping. The ground speed, I think, was a bit higher before. But the altitude is dropping. So just a few minutes now until he lands in La Crosse. Oh, we should talk a little bit, I was going to talk about Arlington Cemetery. But before that, why don't we talk a little about La Crosse, Wisconsin, where I've never been. La Crosse is on the Mississippi River, says Google. According to Wikipedia, La Crosse has a population of about 50,000 people. It is the county seat of La Crosse County. It is on the Mississippi River. It is the largest city on Wisconsin's western border. It forms the core of the La Crosse, Onalaska metropolitan area. Its economy serves as a regional educational, medical, manufacturing, and transportation hub for western Wisconsin. It is a college town with nearly 20,000 students and is home to the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse, Viterbo University, and Western Technical College. It is also home to the headquarters or regional offices of Quick Trip, Organic Valley, Mayo Clinic, Gunderson Health System, Gensler, La Crosse Technology, City Brewing Company, and Train. It's a little background from Wikipedia on La Crosse, Wisconsin. 50,000 people. Not that big of a city. Margaret Riley says, Wisconsin is beautiful. I would love to visit La Crosse someday, and other places in Wisconsin. All right. Can we see the airport in the distance yet? I don't know why it does this thing where it makes it dark green. Is that just when things are close, they appear dark green, I guess? I don't know. See that? Anyways. Scuba Steve says he is from La Crosse originally. Is it more detailed when it does that? I don't know. I can't tell. Maybe it is. But anyways, we're watching Flight Radar 24. The altitude is down to barometric versus GPS. What is the more? I looked this up before. Barometric versus GPS altitude. I don't even remember. I'm looking up on like the web about the difference between them. But I believe at the end they'll be the same. Oops, sorry. Let's go back there. I didn't mean to do that. So they're like 1,000 feet apart right now. Hold on. The website pilotworkshops.com says GPS altitude is more accurate, but it has a whole article about it. All right, guys. It should be getting very close now to, we're looking at Trump's plane as it flies from his route. Well, he was speaking in Potterville, Michigan, and the plane is almost at La Crosse, Wisconsin. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. Hey, Martin, glad to hear you're doing better. Thank you so much, Martin. I really appreciate that. Thanks to all of our moderators, too. Ray, RJ, Ruth Krafasi here. On YouTube, really appreciate it. Thank you. And Linda Belk and Larry on X. And over on Twitch. Oh, by the way, thanks on Twitch. I owe a thank you to Lilith21 for subscribing. And thanks to our moderators over on Twitch. A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fired, McBritches, and Papa Bear. And on Facebook, Margaret Riley is over there moderating. Kay Lowry Body as well on Facebook. Big thanks for modding. The altitude you can see has dropped below 20,000 feet. I assume I can actually look it up. You know what I can do? I can look it up. So the airport in La Crosse, the event is at the La Crosse Center. So let's just take a second here, and I'm going to pull up our map, our Google map, and we're going to look up La Crosse Center, and then we're going to do directions from La Crosse Airport. According to the map, it's a little bit of a drive. It's a little bit of a drive. According to Google Maps, it is roughly a 15-minute drive, about 6 miles. Now, I don't know if they'll have like an escort to make it faster, but it's about 6 miles from La Crosse Regional Airport, which is where I assume they're going, to the La Crosse Center. So Even when he gets there, we got a little ways to go. The lacrosse center is down here. There is the lacrosse center on Google Maps. The lacrosse center. It's on the Mississippi River, I think. Anyways. Hey, thanks so much. K-Body, one of our moderators, actually gave some memberships on YouTube. That's so nice of you, Kay. Thank you, Kay. I really appreciate that. Thanks to you and all the other moderators for modding, too. So, he's got to... The plane's got to land. It's got to taxi, right? That's going to take a few minutes. Then he's got to get off. Then he's got to get into a car. Then the car's got to drive to the lacrosse center. Then he's got to, you know, Freedom is Pepsi or Coke thinks he's 1 hour late. How about this? Let's do over-under for a poll question. Will the Trump town hall start before 8 ET? 8 ET. So that would be 52 minutes from now. Let's see what you guys have to say. Hey, thanks to High Vibes for All, our new member. Thank you, High Vibes for All. It's really nice of you. Okay, on YouTube. YouTube's a little pessimistic. The current vote on YouTube is, I'm going to put it up on the screen for you so you can see. Here is what the people on YouTube think about when this will start. Currently on YouTube, they say 26% believe it'll start before 8 ET. And 75% say no, it will not start before 8 ET. The original start time is 7 ET. Okay, so that's what YouTube said, and now I'm going to throw up on the screen what Twitch said. Let's see what Twitch said. Our Twitch viewers say 38% say no, a little more optimistic than YouTube, but 62%, 38% say yes, 63% say no. So combined, probably like 70-something% of you say no, it will not start before 8 ET. You never know. Well, it'll be close probably. Maybe. I don't know. Thank you for voting. Thank you. No, I will not do an AMA if we have to wait, but there's some other news stuff we can talk about the campaign and stuff. Thank you, Princess Teapot. I appreciate that. Thank you. The plane's got to be really close now. It was close before. 11,000 feet, guys. At some point soon, we should see the La Crosse airport come into view. I keep waiting. Here, let me do this. Watch. I'm going to do this. Here we go. Yes, so there's La Crosse right there. Look, there's the plane and there's La Crosse. Right there. I mean, you can see it. You can see it moving on the screen. It's getting closer as we speak, and there's La Crosse right there on Flight Radar 24. No, Vance is not speaking. It's just Trump. Trump and Tulsi Gabbard. Is it Tulsi or Tulsi? I'll have to look it up on Wikipedia and see if it gets pronunciation. Wikipedia says it is Tulsi. Is it? Tulsi. Not Tulsi. Tulsi. Appreciate you being with us. Sorry for the wait. I'm sorry for the delay. Sometimes this happens. If you missed it, we showed, Harris spoke earlier than I was led to believe that she was going to. So we originally caught like the back 60% of her speech, but it was 20 minutes long. So then we replayed her speech. So if you missed the Harris rally in Savannah, Georgia, you can rewind and watch it. And now we're going to show you, courtesy of Right Side Broadcasting, who's been nice enough to let me use their footage tonight, we're going to show you the Trump town hall in Wisconsin. And we've been watching Flight Radar 24 as Trump flies from his Michigan appearance, which went late, to La Crosse, Wisconsin. Ooh, it's making a turn. See what's happening? I bet it's turning north because, what is the runway go north-south? No, it doesn't. Well, I don't know. It does, part of it. I don't know where it's going to land. So, but it looks like it's turning to the north to maybe come down from the north. See? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just going to go straight across. Who knows? Did X actually end up getting blocked in Brazil? Did that actually finally happen tonight? I know there was talk of it happening. I'm not seeing that it's happened yet. I'm seeing the reports that it could happen. I'm not seeing yet that it has happened. Right Side says Trump's going to be speaking at 8:30 Central Time, which I would not be surprised at. You never know, though. It could be earlier if he gets there earlier. PSYOP says the nose called it. Let me just make sure I don't have any other breaking news I'm missing while we're covering this. Thank you, Princess Teapot. I appreciate that. Princess Teapot, thank you. All right, any moment now we should see the airport, right? Am I wrong? Oh no, see it's going, now it's facing, it's going this way. So it's gonna like come around this way probably or something. Cloud K says, love me some Flight Radar 24. I can zoom in some more here. Look at that, there it is. Right there, La Crosse Regional Airport. Aleppo says it's in an approach pattern. If what I'll do, you know what I'm going to do for a second? I'm going to put the other planes back on. Oh. You know what? There's no other planes flying around there. That's interesting. I wonder if they've stopped other planes. So there's La Crosse. This is Trump's plane. There's no filter on this right now. So I don't see any other planes in this immediate area. So I wonder, you know, if that's normal or if they've just said everybody else stay out of here right now. Here, I turned the radar on for you. I turned the radar on for you. There you go, guys. Yeah, he's going to be fine. Look, the rain is still over here. All right, getting close. Maybe go to 3D view. Here is 3D view. So in theory, it should be somewhere over here. Somewhere over there is the airport. Somewhere over to the left. Oh, the altitude is down to 4,000 feet now. Okay. We are on Flight Radar 24 3D view. Oh, the ticker right? I'm going to change the ticker because right side says he's estimated at 8:30. Put it that. Where can we see the airport yet? No. See, it's here's the airport is here. There's the airport and there's the plane. So it's swinging around, assuming it's going to land here. So the airport should be like over here somewhere. I don't see it though. Is it like over here? Hectate says 10 minutes it will be on the ground. So it really is doing the thing. Maybe it's like, I guess maybe this is, I mean, you know, different airports have different approach patterns, have different approach paths planes take. But that's the airport right here. You can see it. Wickedest Witch thinks, and thank you again, Wickedest Witch, for the code of the plane, for the heads up about that. I appreciate that. Wickedest Witch thinks it's mainly a north-south runway. La Crosse, Wisconsin. Is La Crosse itself Republican? That's a good question. That I don't know. I'm going to look it up. I can look up. So in La Crosse County, in 2020, I'm looking it up right now. La Crosse County in 2020. I don't know about La Crosse City. La Crosse County went 56% for Biden, around 42.5% for Trump. So Biden won La Crosse County in 20. Hold on. Yes, Biden won La Crosse County in 2020 by about 12%. But La Crosse County is surrounded by like red areas. So there's other counties around La Crosse County which are Trump areas. And it's possible that a lot of people from those surrounding counties would go to this event. And it, you know, so. Yeah, the population of La Crosse County it's mostly La Crosse City. Okay, the plane should be turning left any moment now, I think. Daniel says plane is going to Canada. Any moment now, it should be turning. Because it's going down here. It's going here. Hey, thanks to Aldo Ruiz, our new member. I appreciate that, Aldo Ruiz. Thank you. What do we think, guys? Is it turning? Oh, Cloud K says they are slowing. The speed's down to 200 knots. Altitude about 3,500 feet. Oh, it's turning. It is turning now. It's turning. You can see it turning. You can see it turning. Breaking news. It is turning. Oh, it's turning. Look, see? It's turning now. Let's go to 3D view. It's going to turn. It's going to be going up the river, I think. Or down the river. Oh, look, it's turning. Oh, look, the plane is turning. On Flight Radar 24 3D view. The speed is down to 158 knots. Oh my gosh. This is what we wanted to see. Look at this turn. It's going to make its approach. Guys, it's Trump's plane. Big breaking news. People want to see it landing in 3D. Yeah, we'll show it landing in 3D. Still at about 3,500 feet. Sometime soon we should see that. We should see that airport pop into view. Thanks again to Flight Radar 24. Great flight tracking site and app. Flight Radar 24. You can look at it at flightradar24.com. Or search for the app, Flight Radar 24. Super cool. Martin says, I wouldn't say big breaking news. In the context of this stream, it is. Hey, thanks, Martin Gingrich. That's really kind of you. Also, Carrie Poteet. So nice of you, Carrie. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Guys, it is making its final approach to La Crosse Regional Airport, Trump's plane. Why is Trump or Kamala's rally breaking news? Well, I think it's important because this very, very important election for perhaps the most powerful person in the world is in about 2 months. So I think these campaign appearances can be important. I like to show them. I like to watch them. And also this town hall should be a little bit different. Thanks also J Spike for the gift membership. So nice of you, J Spike. Thank you. All right. The altitude is below 3,000 feet. It is below 3,000 feet. And dropping. Speed is down to 113 knots. Yes, tonight is a town hall. I don't know. Maybe they'll have researched the people who are speaking beforehand and know what they're going to ask. That I don't know. All right, what's happening now? It looks like it's some kind of weird tracking thing. The plane appears to be going backwards, which it's not really doing. Okay, now it's going forwards. Where is the airport? Oh, it's up here. I can see the airport. It's right there. There is the airport right there. See it, guys? Right there. There is the airport on Flight Radar 24. I can see the runway. Wow, Carrie Poteet, so generous of you. Carrie Poteet just gave 20 people memberships. Wow. That's so nice of you. Make sure you thank Carrie or somebody else if they give you a gift sub or a gift membership. Oh, and Nancy Elizabeth gave a 1-month sub to John M401 on Twitch. Thanks, Nancy. That's so nice of you. So generous in the chat. Guys, I can see the airport. We're down to 1,700 feet altitude. Oh my gosh, this is what you've been waiting for if you're watching this stream. There is La Crosse Regional Airport. Trump's plane is getting close. We are bringing you up-to-date news because we know you want to know when the event's going to start. So you are up-to-date on where he is. Look at this. Look at this. Randy J says they are lined up perfect. Wow. Just be a couple minutes now. Hey, thanks so much. Chris, Canada, Quebec City gave a bunch of people memberships. Thank you, Chris. That's so nice of you. Chris, Canada, Quebec City, thank you. All right, Trump's plane is on the final approach to La Crosse Regional Airport. Look at that. You can see moving from north to south. The altitude is at 1,075 feet. Little last minute adjustment here maybe. Ground speed 125. Altitude is below 1,000. Nice. Here we go. Altitude 900 feet. Thank you, Princess Teapot. Thank you. 850 feet. Here we go on Flight Radar 24. It's coming into land. It is coming into land. 750 feet. Guys, look. It's about to land. Oh, my gosh. Look at this. Oh, my gosh. It's on the ground. As far as I can tell, it's on the ground. Wow. Breaking news. Trump's plane has just landed at La Crosse International Airport. We can even see the shadow. Look at the cool shadow from Flight Radar 24. Look at that shadow. Wow. Now it's doing this thing. Or maybe had it not landed yet? I think it had landed. Now there could be some issue with the radar or whatever. I think it's probably taxiing now. I hope it's landed at this point. Let's see. If it keeps going past the runway, we have an issue. If it keeps going past the runway, it didn't land. Oh no, here it is. We're good. We're good. We're good to go. It's taxiing. I think it's taxiing. Yeah, so, the altitude is 0 feet. 0 feet altitude. Ground speed 12 knots. It's getting adjusted or whatever. There we go. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Thank you to Leonette for your support. Thank you, Leonette. Very nice of you. Thank you. So you're up to date. You're getting the up-to-date information. Do you think anyone at the rally, is anyone at the town hall watching this broadcast? Is anyone at the town hall like, wow, we seem to be starting late. I need some information on where Trump is. My guess is that it's very hard to get internet there. But if anyone at the town hall is watching this, special hello to you. Happy to be able to bring you some information on where Trump is. He won't be that long from now. But it's like 6 miles away from the venue, the airport. There should be a cockpit view, says Princess Teapot. Unfortunately, there is not. Okay. So now the plane's got a taxi, and then they got to bring the cars up to it. Then he's got to get off. Then he's got to get in the car. Then it's got to drive to La Crosse. Well, it's in La Crosse, but then it's got to drive to the venue. So again, I'm sorry for the delay, but at least we got to watch this. La Crosse Regional Airport, according to Flight Radar 24. Morph Retro says their delay, not yours. Oh, there you go. It's more taxing. I think it might be an interesting event. I think. That's probably wrong, but I don't think it's cutting across the grass. So. When is the debate? The debate is on September 10th. It's only 12 days until the debate, guys. Only 12 days until the debate. My guess is that this is probably roughly accurate where it is, taxing over here. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about the Arlington Cemetery thing, just because it's campaign related. And we got to wait a little bit until he gets to... maybe it'll start before 7:30 Central. I don't know. Emily Simon Art says, I'm looking forward to the debate. Should be interesting. Let's follow his limo. I can't follow his limo. That I can't do. The plane's going to disappear in a second. It'll not be tracked anymore. Limo radar 24. Who is at the town hall? It's Trump and Tulsi Gabbard, former U.S. Rep. Tulsi Gabbard. She will be moderating the town hall. Oh, by the way, the Lacrosse Center, where the town hall is at, the Lacrosse Center, can seat up to 8,000 people. The Lacrosse Center can seat up to 8,000 people. This is, oh, what is this here? Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to find some more information about this event. Hey, let's talk. All right, so look, Trump is on the ground now. He's there. I think I'm going to go away from this now because for all I know, he's gotten out of the plane already. So let's maybe talk about some campaign stuff. Why don't we talk about some campaign stuff since we're waiting for the Trump town hall? Okay, let's do that. We're going to talk about some campaign stuff and we will get some updates on what's going on with Trump. Now, we haven't talked about this. We haven't talked about this. I'm not going to linger on it, but it was kind of an important a big campaign story today. Arlington National Cemetery worker was pushed aside in Trump staff dispute, but won't seek charges. What are the pictures in this? Hold on. This has to do with the visit of Trump to Arlington National Cemetery on August 26th. So AP, Associated Press, says an Arlington National Cemetery official, as we wait for the town hall to start, an Arlington National Cemetery official was abruptly pushed aside in an altercation with former President Trump's staff during a wreath-laying ceremony to honor service members killed in the Afghanistan war withdrawal, but she declined to press charges, an Army spokesman said today. The Army spokesman said the cemetery employee was trying to make sure those participating in the wreath-laying ceremony, which I think maybe is this, the Army spokesman said the cemetery employee was trying to make sure those participating in Monday's wreath-laying ceremony to mark the third anniversary of the attack were following the rules, which clearly prohibit political activities on cemetery grounds. I haven't even seen this video. A TikTok video of the visit was later shared by Trump shows scenes of him at the cemetery and includes a voiceover of the Republican presidential nominee blaming the Biden administration for the, quote, disaster of the Afghanistan withdrawal. An Army spokesperson's statement said today, this employee acted with professionalism and avoided further disruption. The incident was unfortunate, and it is also unfortunate that the cemetery employee and her professionalism has been unfairly attacked. The incident was reported to police, but because the employee decided not to press charges, the Army said it considered the matter closed. In response, a top Trump campaign advisor, Chris LaCivita, resent a video of Trump at Arlington that he had first put up on X 3 days ago, so adding the message, reposting this, hoping to trigger the hacks at Sec Army. At Sec Army, by the way, is the Secretary of the Army's X account. Campaigning in Michigan today, Trump said surviving family members had asked to take a photo with him at the cemetery. They asked me to have a picture, and they say I was campaigning, he complained, without addressing the TikTok video. Just skipping ahead here, families of the three slain service members had invited Trump to the ceremony, saying the former president knew their children's stories and blaming the Biden administration for their deaths. Fine. The family members initially struggled to arrange Trump's visit to the cemetery, according to a spokesperson for U.S. Rep. Mike McCall, a Texas Republican who chairs the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Okay. The family said the Army would only allow the ceremony at specific time, and that did not work for everyone's schedule. McCall then reached out to House Speaker Mike Johnson for assistance and tracked the matter till it was resolved. Okay, I don't want to get all into this. The Trump campaign has been facing blowback since an NPR report said 2 Trump campaign staff members on Monday had, quote, verbally abused and pushed aside a cemetery official who tried to stop them from filming and photographing in Section 60, the burial site for military personnel killed while fighting in Afghanistan and Iraq. Federal law prohibits campaign or election-related activities within Army National Military cemeteries. A defense official speaking to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity said the Trump campaign was warned about not taking photographs in Section 60 before their arrival in the altercation. The Trump campaign has claimed the Republican presidential nominee's team was granted access to have a photographer, contested the allegation that a campaign staffer had pushed the cemetery official, and pushed back on any notion that the cemetery official had been unfairly targeted. A Trump campaign spokesman, Stephen Chung, said this individual was the one who initiated physical contact and verbal harassment that was unwarranted and unnecessary. As the Army has said, they consider this matter closed. President Trump was there to support the Gold Star families and honor the sacrifices their loved ones made. Where was Kamala Harris? Photos of the cemetery visit showed Trump standing by the graves and flashing a thumbs-up sign next to the relatives of Staff Sergeant Darren Taylor Hoover and Sergeant Nicole G. He also laid wreaths for Staff Sergeant Ryan Nouse, whose family was not present. And then these families of 3 of the slain service members that had invited Trump into to the ceremony, saying the former president knew their children's stories and blaming the Biden administration for their deaths. Okay, anyways, this is a whole thing. I didn't even want to read this much of the article. I was trying to get like some details about what happened here. Anyways, I don't want to take half an hour on this story. I'll take a couple comments from you guys. We're just waiting for Trump to show up to his town hall. So I was talking about this story because we're about to show a Trump town hall. It's something that Trump himself talked about in his Michigan appearances earlier today. Cloud K20 says, so hard to get the truth these days. Will I cover his sentencing? I don't know. What's the deal with that sentencing? You mean in New York? I'm not up to date on that. Might it be delayed? I don't even know. It's currently set for September 18th, his sentencing on the New York criminal hush money case. But Trump has asked to postpone the sentence until after the election, partly so he has more time to challenge his conviction. That's according to the New York Times. So according to the New York Times, it's up to the judge may postpone the sentencing. We don't know if he will. So we don't know if it's going to be September 18th or not, according to the New York Times. Blackberry Gaming says nobody expects him to be incarcerated. Hey, we're waiting for Trump to actually start his event, guys. We are waiting for the event to start. It is 7:44. The event was supposed to start at 7 Eastern. It's now 7:44. As soon as I have video I can show you. Well, I'm going to use... Oh, hold on. Guys, I got video. Reuters came through. I got video right now. Oh, good news. I have good news for you. Reuters came through with video. Look, guys, are you ready? We got video. It's live. We got the video. Is there music playing? Yes, there's music playing. Okay. We have the video. All right, so give me a second. Let me get organized here. I'm glad we got it for you. I still am very grateful to Right Side Broadcasting for offering to let me use their video. But we have Reuters has the video, so there. Okay, so give me a second. Hang on a moment. Just give me a moment. I want to put up on the screen, this is in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And I need to do something real quick. Your patience has been rewarded. Has it been rewarded? I don't know. But I am happy to give you this video. You know, sometimes right at the last minute, Reuters announces, yes, we got footage for you. That's what happened tonight. They originally said you can't use it, and then they said, nope, this you can use. Why is this doing this? Okay, how about that? Let me do a little bit of an edit here. Give me a moment. just for simplicity's sake. So this broadcast is both. We showed the Harris rally earlier, and we have the title said both things. But for the moment, what I'm going to do, just for simplicity's sake, is I'm going to make the title just Trump Town Hall on YouTube, and then I'll fix it later so that it says both again. But there might be people who are just looking for the town hall and they're confused because they're like, what is this rally thing you're talking about? Harris rally. So after this is over, I'll put it back to where it says both, so people know that both are on the stream. If that makes sense. You're like, what is he even talking about? I'm just on YouTube updating the title and the thumbnail. So again, I'm very happy to, as much as I enjoy hanging out with you and talking to you, rather than having to listen to me, talk about things that happened earlier, I'd rather just show you the actual event. It's better when I can just show you the event. So here's the event. Here we go. But if you did miss the Harris rally, you can rewind and watch it. Oh, hold on a second here. Now, this is not a news network town hall. This is not. This is a Trump. This was listed on the Trump campaign site where they list the rallies. So I'm assuming this is a Trump campaign event. So the moderator is Tulsi Gabbard, who I believe has endorsed Trump, if I have that right. But my point is, I would not be surprised if, like, they had a general idea of what the people are going to ask. I don't know that for sure. Yes, Trump had announced, the Trump campaign announced that Tulsi Gabbard is actually part of Trump's transition team. Okay? That happened a couple of days ago. I'm looking at a BBC article about this right now. I remember that being announced. So Tulsi Gabbard, who's moderating, is actually part of Trump's transition team, meaning the transition to, if he wins the election, I assume, to when he's president again. This is La Crosse, Wisconsin. Night of Fire says, AKA lots of softballs questions. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. But my assumption would be is if this is run by the campaign, which it appears to be, if it's a Trump-run event, I would think that they might screen the questions beforehand. I don't know for sure. I would not be surprised. If it were a Harris-run Harris town hall that was not like run by a news network, but was run by the Harris campaign, I would say the same thing. But I am glad we're able to show this to you. Could be, look, it's different, it's different. Could be really interesting. Thanks so much to Blue Mike Lit, which I can't tell if that's intentional. It doesn't read like a naughty name. I hope it wasn't intentionally one. You never know. You never know with our viewers. I think that's an unnaughty name that might sound like one of our viewers who tried to make a naughty name. Maybe it's intentionally naughty. I don't know. Who knows? Thanks anyway, Blue. I appreciate it. If there's one thing that our viewers love more than anything else in the world, more than their families or their jobs or their life goals, it is hearing a vaguely naughty series of words accidentally said on a YouTube broadcast. Nothing is more fulfilling to most of our viewers in their lives than that. Hey, thanks also to Who Shot JR over there on Twitch. Thanks for the bits. And Barker J. Rar, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. The reason I'm not playing sound is because I think they're still playing music. Yeah, they're still playing music here. Still playing music. So this, the town hall, the doors opened for this town hall at 2 p.m. Central Time. It is now almost 7 p.m. Central Time. So many people have been hanging out for a while. Oh, yes. Michael M. says 7. We voted on whether it would happen before 8 or after 8 ET. So that is coming up. Yeah, I looked up the event. It says right here, doors open 2 p.m. today. The Lacrosse Center. Koala Magoo says, I am interested in what he now says. Soon. Thanks, by the way, to our subscribers over there on Facebook, like Eve Richards and Diane Allworth. I really appreciate it. Hey, Bud Green is moderating too. I didn't see Bud before. Thanks, Bud. Leanne Ticknor is a subscriber. Thank you. Jane Summers, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body. Ronald Egnor is moderating too, and he's a subscriber. Thanks, Ronald. Sorry, I missed some of the mods before. And all of our other Facebook subscribers, our Twitch subscribers too, like Shaggy and Wall Street, Fweeky Beats, Crabsuit Lando, Drunk Can't Cook, Sonia Facile, F, Tech Slug, Graybeard Games, A Moment of Lovely, Lurker Lemon, Who Shot JR, Blue Pip. Thank you to all of our Twitch members, Twitch subscribers, and our YouTube members. Just to name a few: Kenneth Colton, ZZCH, Think and Repent, Lucky Minute, Blackberry Gaming, Mythical, Blackwind, Rich Mix, Dark Cloud, Eamon O'Leary, Joel PM, Dolores Wilson, Princess Teapot, Jesse James, Evan B. Daniels, Child of God, Carrie Poteet, Cherry Sour, Hasselhoff, Matt, Tim Possible, Mythical, Marissa Pugliese, SNN, and others. Wickedest Witch and others. Thank you, members. Wisconsin, one of the battleground states that will determine, in all likelihood, this election. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, maybe North Carolina is being talked about as a battleground state now. Thank you also, Joe, for your support. I appreciate it, Joe. Thank you. SNN says, I'm going to take a shot every time he mispronounces her name. Do you guys have any predictions for this upcoming town hall? You can post in the chat or send me a message on X, @Lookner on X. Who are we waiting for? Rainbow Zen. Rainbow Zen, I want you to take a guess who we're waiting for. Just take a guess. He was running a little late before. He spoke in Michigan. I think that ran late. I think he started late in Michigan, and so that just pushed everything back. I mean, he had to fly about an hour from Michigan to Wisconsin. So there was really no way for him to get there faster. But I'm not saying it might not have been his fault that he ran late. I don't know what his whole travel day was like. So I'm not blaming him for being late. I'm just saying that's if he were there, if he were ready to go earlier, I think that would have been done. It would have been started. The interview with Kamala Harris and Walz will air tonight at, I think, 9 on CNN, 9 Eastern time. Personally, I'm not particularly expecting to hear anything particularly interesting in the interview that's like new. You know, like if you're interested in that kind of stuff, you might find it interesting. I'm not expecting it to make like huge news. You know, when Biden did an interview like after the debate, the first big interview, then it was like, you know, that was like, you know, is he going to talk about the debate? How is he going to be in the interview? I mean, I don't have those questions about Walz and Harris, and it's not live, so I'm not as interested personally in that as I was in the Biden one. I would be more interested in if it were like a live press conference. I'll probably watch it after, but you know. Hey, thanks to Mitchell Black. Thank you, Mitchell. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Free and Fair says, I don't think we will learn anything new from Trump tonight. ISO thinks there will be some softball questions tonight. Sergio says, I'm also not really sure we will learn anything new today, but hey, here we are. Again, La Crosse County, which is in western Wisconsin, the county itself, most of the county is La Crosse, the town, has about 50,000 people. Biden won La Crosse County by about 12 points in 2020. But if you look at an election map, La Crosse County is surrounded by a bunch of other counties that voted for Trump, that voted red in 2020. So I assume the vast majority of people here are Trump fans, but they could be from La Crosse County, or they could be in other parts of Wisconsin, or they could be maybe they're the next state over or something, because it's right on the western edge of the state. So there could be people from, was it Minnesota? Yeah, I mean, Minnesota is right across the river. So maybe there's people in eastern Minnesota who wanted to go see him. It's not that far from Iowa or northern Illinois. Where is Trump, says Ivan the Great. His plane probably landed about a half an hour ago. So it's about 6 miles from the airport to the venue. So he's probably got to go from the plane to the car and then the car to the venue. When he gets to the venue and he's got to do whatever he needs to do. Maybe he needs to eat something beforehand or say hi to people. I can't say. If you voted in the poll that it was going to start after 8 p.m. Eastern time, you are right. You turned out to be right. But I am very glad that we got coverage for you. We got video for you. That at least that worked out. Waltham says someone drops their water. My prediction. Oh, Juice says put on his makeup. Maybe they might do that. That too. Thanks so much to Dawn Seifert from Canada. That's so nice of you, Dawn. I really appreciate your support. Thanks for supporting the channel. Now, hopefully, the picture has been fine the whole time. Oh, it reset a little bit. Now it got a little bad, but now it's good again. But the quality's been good so far. So I'm hoping it's okay. They're zooming in. Guys, they're zooming in. They're zooming in. I think he's coming out soon. I think he's coming out soon because the camera is zooming in. I don't think the camera is zooming in for nothing, guys. Yeah, I think he's coming out soon. Yeah, still music playing. I can't play the sound until... what I should do is just do this. I may need to put my I think I'm going to put my headphones on. I'm going to try putting my headphones on. Give me a moment. Hang on here. Hang on. Let's see if this works. No, I don't know if that's going to matter. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Actually, that doesn't actually help me. It actually hurts what I'm trying to do. I'm going to take them off now. Hopefully this doesn't mess up anything. Let's try this one more time. See if this works. Might pause for a second. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Might pause for 2 seconds. Pause for 2 seconds. Are we back? We back? We're back. We're back. We're back. We're good. Okay. Wonderful. Yeah. So I think he's about to come out. We think he is about to come out. Zoom alert, says Mitchell Black. Exactly. So as soon as the music stops, I will... Oh, I see some light. I see light on. I see lights on. Or maybe the lights already were on. I think I'm seeing some lights on. Those red lights, were those on before? Is that new or was that already happening? I'm seeing red lights. I'm going to change the headline to coming up soon. Trump Town Hall in Wisconsin. It looks like it might start right around now. Yeah, they're still playing music. Oh, he's zooming. Is he zooming out? No, he's staying zoomed in. He or she is saying zoomed in. Threatened Sanity thinks we are close to starting. We are bringing you live coverage here. Thanks for joining us. If you missed the Harris rally, we showed it earlier. We showed her speech from it earlier. Hey, it's somebody sticking his head out from the... A guy just stuck his head out from the curtain. And then he went back inside. Do you see the guy stick his head out? Hey, somebody else is sticking their head out. Look. Guy sticking his head out. Guy went back. Sticking his head out again. He's looking around. Now he's back. Curtain guy alert, says M. I mean, I think they're... Oh, people are standing up. It really looks like it's about to start. It really looks like it's about to start. I would be shocked if he didn't come out till 8:30. It really looks like it's starting shortly. But we'll see. I see. Now the zoom is going back. Why is it zooming out? Why is it zooming out? What's happening? What's happening here? But it stopped zooming out. Yeah, so the stream is the quality of the stream has generally been pretty good. It can be tough to get a signal out with like lots of people around. But so far the stream has been pretty good quality. So let's hope that continues. I can't do anything about it though. It's not up to me. It's not my personal camera. RFK Jr. Susie Irish is supposed to make some more campaign appearances. I don't know when he will exactly, but he's supposed to make some more for Trump. The original start time was 6 Central Time. That's the official start time was 6 Central Time. It is now 7:09 Central Time. So it is after the official start time. Uh-oh. I don't like that the camera person moved around. Maybe it's not going to start right away. Hey, look, those are the 2 chairs. See those 2 chairs on the right? The 2 chairs on the right are where Tulsi Gabbard and Trump will be sitting on the right there. Those 2 chairs. There is supposed to be a line of storms coming that way. You're right. That is true. I was looking at it on the radar before. Yeah, I'm looking at radar Omega. There's some rain coming in right now, but the heavy stuff isn't there yet. Pepsi Do thinks that... Oh, hold on. What's happening? Hold on. Hey, look. National anthem.
And the rockets regulate, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Are they going to keep playing music? What now? Hold on. Hang on. Listening. I really should get my headphones in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage 4-term Congresswoman from Hawaii's 2nd District and Lieutenant Colonel in the United States Army Reserve, Tulsi Gabbard.
Okay, so this is Tulsi Gabbard, but I can't play the music. I cannot play the music. This is Tulsi Gabbard, so I've muted the music. I've muted the music for Tulsi Gabbard, and I'll play the sound when there's no music. Yeah, they're playing a song right now. They're playing a song right now. There's Tulsi Gabbard. She is the moderator. Cannot play the music. They're still playing music. Still playing music. Okay, hold on. Nope, they're still playing music.
Privilege to join all of you here tonight. Thank you for your patience. It's worth the wait, right? What a special week to be here to join all of you. A few things have happened. Not sure if you caught it in the news. 2 former Democratic presidential candidates have endorsed Donald J. Trump to be President of the United States. You might have heard of a guy named Bobby Kennedy Jr. And I was really proud to stand with President Trump just this past Monday to announce my endorsement and support for him in front of thousands of my National Guard soldiers and airmen, fellow soldiers and airmen. Because I am so excited about the opportunity that we have before us to stand together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but as proud Americans who love this great country. There's a lot of work to be done. The stakes could not be higher than they are right now. President Trump is going to talk about, and we'll have a conversation about why these stakes are so high and how he and he alone is the candidate to lead us toward that path of peace, prosperity, and freedom. Join me in welcoming the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Okay, I will turn the sound back on as soon as the Proud to be an American song starts playing. Yeah, I have to wait until the song is over. I don't have the rights to the song. By the way, so the audio on this, there's a bit of crackling on it. I just contacted Reuters about it. Maybe they can fix it. I don't have control over the audio, but the audio issue is a source audio issue. So we can still hear them talking, but hopefully they can fix. I apologize for a bit of the crackling on the audio, and hopefully they can fix that. Looks like it's maybe a little tough to get a signal out of there, but we can see Trump. We can see him. We saw Tulsi Gabbard. So anyways, as soon as the song stops playing, I will put the audio back on, and you'll be able to hear Tulsi Gabbard and former President Trump talking. There he is right there. Look, there he is. He's there. Thank you for joining our broadcast. There he is. Again, I can't control the video is not mine personally. So, but it seems like they're doing a pretty good job. But hopefully they can fix the audio issue on it. All right, hold on. The song's finishing. The song is finishing. Nope, the song's not finished yet. The song is not finished yet. It's the end of the song. They are waiting for the song to end. Oops, I got to fix the headline too, because obviously it should say live Trump Town Hall in Wisconsin. It's coming up very soon, about 7 seconds. I'll fix the headline when he starts talking. No, the song's still playing. Guys, the song's still playing. What can I say? He got out there pretty fast. End of the song. End of the song now. End of the song now. Can they fix their video? Can they get their video fixed? Can you fix the video? If I have to, I'll go to the right side. If I have to, I'll show you the right side stream as the backup. I think they're getting the video fixed.
We love our country. We love our country, don't we? It's amazing. And it's a great country, but we have to take it back because our country's not feeling so well nowadays, and we're going to bring it back, and we're going to make it healthy and beautiful and better than ever. And it's really, this is some crowd, and you can duplicate the crowd outside. So if anybody would like to give up your seat, that would be okay. No, no. Let's have a good time. Thank you very much, everybody.
That song gets me fired up every
It's so
time.
great. Lee Greenwood is so great. Great guy, too.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank
this
you.
is a very special evening for us all to have a conversation about some of the real issues that are facing Americans across the country and that don't get talked about often enough. And I want to start with one that's very personal to me, hard to talk about sometimes. This is only the second time I've spoken about it publicly, but my husband and I were married almost 10 years ago. We wanted to start a family. We were very excited about it. Unfortunately, it was very difficult. We were not successful in trying to get pregnant. For us, IVF seemed to be the only option and the last resort. Bathroom and ultimately the most difficult part was every time going to the doctor for another transfer and hoping that it would result in a positive pregnancy test and then being heartbroken over and over every time that test came back negative. Now, I know some of your opponents, your political opponents, are saying that you want to ban IVF. While it did for us, it's worked for a lot of families. And I just know that there are women and couples in this crowd or those who are watching here tonight who may be going through this same struggle and are concerned about being able to have this option, either because they might not be able to afford it or they're concerned that it just may not be available. And I'd love for you to talk to them about how they should feel.
Well, thank you very much, Tulsi. And I didn't know about your situation. And it's tough stuff, right? Tough. Life is pretty tough. It can be beautiful, but it can be difficult. We are doing something with IVF, because IVF, as you know from friends and people you know, it's really worked out very well for a lot of people. It gave them a child when they would not have had a child. And I told my people I wanted to look at this a couple of weeks ago. And as you know, we have no taxes on a thing called tips. You know that? And I said, tell me. We did three things. We did that, and we did no tax for seniors on Social Security benefits. We want to have that. And I've been seeing a lot of IVF, and I kept hearing that I'm against it, and I'm actually very much for it. In fact, in Alabama, where the judge ruled against it, and I countered the judge and came out with a very strong statement for it. And the Alabama...
You were very quick in your response to that.
I was, but they were too. They were amazing. The legislature approved virtually my statement. I'm in full IVF, and it has really gone, it's terrific. And I said, so with the tips and with the Social Security, the no taxes on Social Security, I said, maybe for IVF, and I've been looking at it, and what we're going to do is for people that are using IVF, which is fertilization, the government is going to pay for it, or we're going to get or mandate your insurance company to pay for it. Right. We're going to do that. The government is going to pay for it, or we're going to get or mandate your insurance company to pay for it, which is going to be great. We're going to do that.
I can't tell you how life-changing that would be for so many families, because it costs a lot of money. A lot of people go into debt just for the hope of being able to start their own family.
Well, it's big, and you know what? We want to produce babies in this country, right? We want to produce babies. So I think it's going to be something we sort of announced it a little bit. We were in a great place, Michigan. We all love Michigan, right? We're going to bring back the car industry, and we're going to get a lot of it back to Michigan. They've been taking our cars away. They've been taking our manufacturing away over years, over decades. And if you look at it today, it's a shell of what it was years ago, but we're going to bring it back. Mexico is right now building massive car factories, actually being financed and built by China, and they think they're going to sell their cars back into our country. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Oh, listen to that. That is not going to happen. But so many things have gone wrong in the car industry. The union leadership has been horrible. I think I'm going to win by 85%, the union, but because we're bringing it back. And we're going to have electric cars, but we're going to have gasoline-powered cars, and we're going to have hybrids. We're going to have every kind of car. We're not going with just that. But I just felt that it would be a good place to announce it, and we did sort of the announcement there a little bit, and now we do the big announcement tonight in front of all of these television stations, all of the fake news, you know, they're all over the place. They're all over the place. I don't know what's going on. We don't even know, I was saying, because we're doing this, and I finished, and I figured I was going to come here, and we were going to make a speech. I had a speech all set for you. I was ready. They said, sir, you're actually doing a town hall. I said, oh, nobody told me that. I said, who's doing it? They said, Tulsi. I said, well, that's at least good news. I've been a fan of hers for a long time, I have to tell you. So I didn't even know. I'm in the plane, and I'm looking over some material, and we're going to give you a hell of a speech tonight. We were set to give you one hell of a speech. They said, no, sir, it's a town hall. I said, why doesn't somebody tell me this stuff? And I don't even have any idea who we're doing it for. I don't know. Is it for a network or what? I see a lot of television all over the place, so maybe it's on all of them. But I did get to see the strangest thing today. I looked at the news conference of Kamala. I call her Comrade Kamala. She's you know that, she's a Marxist. Her father was a Marxist before her. So she was brought up in the family tradition. And she really is, and this country is not ready for a Marxist. We don't want a Marxist as a president. And she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California. And we're not going to let it destroy our country. I'll tell you, it's not going to happen. So, but just to finish, so for some reason she doesn't want to talk to anybody. So she's either not the smartest light in the ceiling. I'm trying to be nice here. I want to be. They say, be nice, sir, be nice. You know, it's hard to be nice when somebody is destroying your country and wants to destroy your country. It's hard to be like nice. But she is, she was a terrible vice president. She was a terrible border czar, worst in history probably, not just in this country. But the border, you know, millions and millions of people, I say 20 million plus, have poured through the border during their term. I had the safest border in the history of our country. They have the most unsafe border in the history of the world. And they're coming through. And many of them are from prisons and jails. There's a slight difference, as you know, prisons and jails. Many are from mental institutions and insane asylums. And many are terrorists. And they're pouring into our country at a level. I don't know if you saw the news today, Tulsi. They had a group of, a lot of them, Venezuelan people with lots of machine guns taking over a building someplace. I'm looking, I'm saying, where is that? They went in and they took over a building. This is just the beginning. They're taking their criminals from all over the world, not just South America, not just Venezuela, which you've been reading about, all over the world. They're taking their criminals and they're dumping them into the United States. Kamala is allowing it to happen. And they actually want to give them papers. They want to make them citizens, and they want to give them your Social Security. They want to give them your Medicare. and your Social Security will collapse under her. I'm the one that's going to protect the Social Security. But they're coming. I will totally protect, as I did for 4 years. And there was no age increase. There was no anything. We're going to protect. You know, they destroy you with inflation, and then they want to destroy your Social Security. It's not going to happen. But this is going to be the most important election in the history of our country. So I just want to say that it's an honor to be with you tonight. It's a forum that's very different because I have no idea who the hell is broadcasting it. But all we'll do is we'll talk because we're friends. I love this state. I gave them Marinette. We gave them a very big, you know, Tulsi, we have a ship contract. And as you know, we gave Marinette yards, but we gave them a tremendous contract. They wanted it all over the country. I said, we're going to get it for Wisconsin, and it's a big one. And they're doing a great job, I understand. So we got that. And we're going to have a good time tonight. So let's go.
Mr. President, you talked about immigration. We actually have Amber here who's quite concerned about that, and she's got a question for you.
Mr. President, hello. My name is Amber, and I'm from Cameron, Wisconsin. I have 3 beautiful children, and I'm torn on who to support. My youngest daughter is here tonight. My oldest son is 18, and he just started trade school this week. Very proud of him. My concern is that illegal immigration is threatening opportunities for my children. I worry that it's taking away jobs from Americans. I'm wondering, what will you do about that?
All right, well, it's great. I think I'll stand up and... Do you mind if I turn around? Thank you, Amber, very much. And you're right. I'll tell you, we have the people that I'm talking about. They're pouring in at levels never seen before. They're coming in by millions and millions, and a lot of them are taking the jobs for the black population, the Hispanic population, and unions are going to be very badly affected because, and I was talking to some of the union heads who I actually do get along with, but they're very concerned about it because the jobs that are, the people that are coming in are just taken. And it's going to start with the black population. African Americans are losing their jobs. And I don't know if you heard the latest statistic that of the jobs that these people created, which is very little, every single job was taken, about 107% was taken by illegal immigrants. There's been no job creation from them. The jobs were filled by illegal immigrants. With all of that being said, I want to give you a very positive answer. We're going to win this election. We're going to turn this country around. We're going to become an unbelievable growth country. And your boy is going to have the greatest job. And you want to have a lot of choice with jobs. You know, you want them to go up and they get up and they, it's hard to believe I have that the way I get treated. But I look forward to every day because we're going to make America great again. So I really do. I look forward to it.
That's right.
But we're going to create a lot of jobs. We're going to create. Does he want to stay here, or does he want to go to a different state or anything? Yeah, someplace in the Midwest. But this is a good place to stay, right? Wisconsin. So we'll be creating tremendous jobs for our country, and we're also turning away. You know, we're going to be closing the border, really closing it. By the way, did you see? So Kamala was for defunding the police. She was for open borders. She was for everything that you're not against. I could go through 14 different. She's changed on every single one of them. In fact, I think we should see the man in the red hat and the beautiful woman in the red hat says, "Make America Great Again." Perhaps we should give Kamala a "Make America Great Again" hat, right? But the problem is, that's not her belief. Her belief is open borders. Her belief is getting rid of Social Security. Her belief is doing all of these plans like for health insurance, where you have one big government-run mess. And if you have private plans, a lot of the people in this room have private plans. They're incredible plans. They worked hard to get those plans, and that's what they want. But with her, she wants to have, it's really a communist type of government. And I just saw her, Tulsi, she was sitting behind a desk doing this interview, And I said, Dana Bash, you could make yourself big tonight. All you have to do is be fair. I haven't seen the questions, but they gave out a sample. In fact, she's going to be on later on tonight with a taped. It was a tape. We're doing it live. Why are we doing it live and she's doing it taped? But
That's right. He's real.
But she was sitting behind that desk, this massive desk, and she didn't look like a leader to me, I'll be honest. I don't see her negotiating with President Xi of China. I don't see her with Kim Jong-un like we did with Kim Jong-un. So we're going to have to see what happens. I'll tell you what, November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of this country. Will be.
Mr. President, there are a lot of people who want to feel hopeful about our future. I want to introduce you to Luke, who is one of those people.
Hi.
Hello, Mr. President.
Good-looking guy.
Thank you. My name is Luke Pulaski, and I'm a junior here at the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. I'll be voting for the first time in November, and I'm researching each candidate. I have two questions for you. First, as I've been living on my own and buying my own gas and groceries, I have noticed that everything has become more expensive. For me personally, I try to eat healthy and stay lean. A pound of meat has gone from $4 to almost $7. I also would like to buy a home someday, but that seems just impossible now. What's your plan to make life more affordable and bring down inflation for someone like me?
Very good. Thank you. Good. It's probably the question I get most. You know, they say you're going to vote with your stomach. I don't know if you've heard it, but it's a little bit true. And groceries, food has gone up at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We've never seen anything like it, 50, 60, 70%. You take a look at bacon and some of these products, and some people don't eat bacon anymore. And we are going to get the energy prices down. When we get energy down, you know, this was caused by their horrible energy wind. They want wind all over the place. But when it doesn't blow, we have a little problem. This was caused by energy. This was really caused by energy and also their unbelievable spending. They're spending us out of wealth, actually. They're taking our wealth away. But it was caused by energy. And what they've done is they started cutting way back. We were in third place. When I left, we were by far in first place, beating Russia, beating Saudi Arabia. And we were going to dominate to a level that we've never seen before. And then we had a bad election. I'll be very nice. I'm supposed to be nice when I talk about the election, because everybody's afraid to talk about, oh, please, sir, don't talk about the election, please. You know, if you can't talk about a bad election, you really don't have a democracy if you think about it, right? But what they did, Tulsi, is they took back the oil production. The oil started going crazy. That started the inflation. Then they went back. They said, go back to where Trump was. The problem is that we would have been 3 times that level right now. We would have been so dominant over Russia and Saudi Arabia. Look, Saudi Arabia, Russia, a lot of oil. We would have had more. You know, we had something in Alaska, Anwar, that I created. I mean, Ronald Reagan wanted it. You remember? Ronald Reagan wanted it. They all wanted it. And I got it approved. Nobody was able to get it approved. I got it approved. And the first week in office, they turned it back. They said, no, it's the biggest site possibly in the world. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. Well, we're going to start that up. We're going to become the energy capital of the world. We're going to pay down our debt, and we're going to reduce your taxes still further. And your groceries are going to come tumbling down, and your interest rates are going to be tumbling down. And then you're going to go out, you're going to buy a beautiful house, okay? You're going to buy a beautiful house. That's called the American dream. The American dream. Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to ask you a question about national security, but first I think it's important to point out what Luke is talking about, the cost of groceries, the cost of gas, the cost of housing, mortgages, rent, everything has gone up. Kamala Harris's plan that she's announced is government price controls. And I think it's important to touch on, you just laid out your plan. What's going to happen if Kamala Harris institutes price controls?
So that's a communist plan. It's never worked. And it's been tried by others. Believe it or not, Richard Nixon tried it. A lot of people tried it. It's been tried many times, and it always leads to the same failure. Tremendous inflation, lack of product. You don't have anything. The stores are not stocked. It has never worked. It's called control. They want control. And, you know, it's been so often. And everybody that comes in, they say it. It sort of sounds great. We're going to go price control. Actually, when she announced it, she got absolutely slaughtered by even Democrats because it doesn't work. It's a known loser. So now she doesn't talk about it. Do you notice she doesn't talk about climate change anymore? She's not talking about it. You know why? Because people don't want to hear it. They want to live a good life. They want to live a life. They don't want to stop your industry with climate change. They used to call it different things, global warming, remember? That wasn't working because it was getting a little bit cooler, so they said, what are we going to do? We'll call it global cooling? No. So they came up with the words climate change because that takes care of everything. Climate change. The climate's changing, but according to them, we're all going to be gone in about, what do we have, 3 years left? They had 12 years, remember? So in about 3 years, let me tell you, we do have a problem, though. It's climate change, but a different kind of climate change. It's called nuclear global warming. We can say that's global warming. And if we don't have a smart president, you know, you have 5 nations now with pretty massive nuclear power. Some have very massive, including us and Russia. China's behind, way behind, but within 4 or 5 years they'll catch up. And we don't want them to catch up. Look, the biggest problem, in my opinion, the biggest problem our country has, the biggest problem the world has, is nuclear weapons. They are a destructive force, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before, and we have to make sure they're never used. We have to make sure it's not going to happen.
You're exactly right. You brought up Ronald Reagan already. Ronald Reagan famously said, a nuclear war can never be won and should never be fought. And I think it's interesting you talked about climate change, Mr. President. The Democrats and Kamala Harris, they were quick to talk about how climate change is an existential threat. But what they're not talking about is the existential threat of nuclear war and World War III, which is exactly where we sit today because of the warmongers and their puppets, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And they don't want to talk about it because the consequence of where they have taken all of us as the American people and the world is economic hardship around the world, a destruction of our economic well-being, and an annihilation of humanity, our families, our kids, our communities around the world. There was a recent poll that YouGov did that pointed out over 60% of Americans feel that World War III and nuclear war is going to happen within 5 to 10 years. And when I heard that, I felt so sad because they're at a point where they feel like this outcome, the annihilation of the world, is inevitable. So I wanted to ask you about this because it's important that people understand what kind of leadership you bring, what you will do to stop this slide towards nuclear war and World War III so that we can feel hopeful again.
Well, thank you. So Viktor Orban, a very strong leader from Hungary, Prime Minister of Hungary, they asked him recently about what's the problem in the world. A few years ago, during my time, we had no problem. We didn't have Israel being attacked. We didn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. And they asked him, why is it so bad now? The Middle East is on fire. So many places are on fire, and there are plenty places that could very well and very quickly catch on. What's the problem? He said, you have to bring Trump back as President of the United States. You will have no problem. He single-handedly kept things, and it's true. And I could do it with telephone calls by being smart. But literally, he said, you have to bring Trump back. Now, he used a term I wouldn't use. He said everybody was afraid of Trump. You know who was afraid of Trump? They said China was afraid of Trump. Russia was afraid of Trump. They were all, and I don't want to say that. I will say this. They respected me and they respected our nation. They don't respect our nation anymore. They don't respect our nation anymore. Think of it. What would the world be like if Russia didn't do what they did, and they would have never done it? I used to speak to Putin about it. I had a very good relationship. No chance. You know what happened, I think, Afghanistan, when he saw the horrible leadership that we displayed in Afghanistan. I think he said, wow, this is a time to go in, because I wasn't there. He would have never done it if I was president, and Israel would have never been attacked. Think of it, what would this world be like? You wouldn't have had that disaster. And it wasn't leaving Afghanistan, and they should have kept Bagram. That's the big air base. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. They didn't keep it. You know who occupies it now, Tulsi? China occupies it. So we have, if you have the right president, and we don't right now, do we even have a president? He just came in, think of it. He just came in from wherever the hell he went. You know, there was a coup. He just doesn't know it yet. But there was a coup. How about that? He got 14, I'm not a fan of his. He was the worst president. But,
You're not?
But think of this. He got 14 million votes. She was the first one to leave, you know. Kamala was the first one to quit. She never made it to the first state in the primaries, which was Iowa. Never even came close. Other people did, but she never even came close. And all of a sudden, she was picked, and she's now running for president. And look, it just started, really. It just really started. The polls have us up here. We're up in this. We're up in states, but it's close. It's close. It's close, and you know they cheat like hell, so we don't want to have it too close. But we have, because we have to win this. We're not going to have a country. But with him, I was so far up. We had a thing called. How did he do in the debate? Did you think he did well? Not too good. No, they wanted to have a debate. I said, okay, it's a little bit early, isn't it? I was trying to talk them out. I said, well, it's a little early for a debate, right? And they said, well, I think we'd like to do it. And that was not a good debate for them. That was not a good debate. So that was the beginning of the end for him. And they started looking. But they picked a woman that had absolutely no votes. She got no votes. And now she's running. So when you say threat to democracy, they are a threat to democracy. I'm not a threat to democracy. I'm not a threat. Thank you.
Mr. President, crime and the rise of crime is on the minds of a lot of people. I want to call on Danielle here, who has a question for you.
Hi, Danielle. Well, you need, and you get a lot of those questions from Minnesota. But you get a lot of those questions because Minnesota, I mean, they picked this guy. He is weird. Right? He's weird. I'm not weird. He's weird. No, he's a weird guy. He's a weird dude. You know, see, they come up with sound bites. They always have sound bites. And one of the things is that JD and I are weird. That guy is so straight. JD is he's doing a great job. Smart. Top student. Great guy. And he's not weird, and I'm not weird. I mean, we're a lot of things. We're not weird, I will tell you. But that guy is weird, don't you think? You know, he signed for, and this is, who would think that this is even happening in our country with men playing in women's sports and all of this, but he has it at a level that nobody can believe. A bill that every boy's bathroom will have tampons, okay? Hence his name, Tampon Tim. But think of it. Think of it. And you know, on the question of abortion, he is the one, abortion in the 9th month. And if the baby in Minnesota, and I'd love to win Minnesota because those people aren't digging this guy. They're not digging this guy. But think of this. 6 states, Minnesota's one of them. If the baby is born, you're allowed to execute the baby after, think of that, after birth in Minnesota, you're allowed to execute. And you remember the former governor, not the current governor, who's terrific, Len Youngkin. We're going to win maybe Virginia. We could do that. But the former governor, and he said, you sit the mother down and the father down, you sit them down and you talk, and the baby is born and you make a decision what to do. He meant, do you execute the baby after birth? And according to what they have passed and legislation, in Minnesota, they're allowed to execute the baby after birth. And this guy is a participant. And that's why she picked him, because she is, in fact, a Marxist/communist. Remember, I'd say all the time, our country will never be socialist, right? We will not have a socialist. Well, I was right. We skipped socialism. We went to communism. This woman has to be stopped.
Mr. President, we have time for one final question. I don't know if we can get a mic to Bernardo. He's got an important question, given very soon we will be honoring the anniversary of September 11th and all of the lives that were lost on that tragic day and that tragic attack where we were attacked by radical Islamist terrorists. And Bernardo wanted to share his thoughts and had a question for you on this.
Thank you.
Mr. President, my name is Bernardo. I'm a voter here in Wisconsin, live in the wonderful La Crosse County here, and I'm also a father of 8. I have 7 here with me. And it's the anniversary of 9/11 is coming up. I'm concerned that we're more vulnerable now than ever. And we have a Democrat nominee who doesn't even want to say the words, says we shouldn't say the words, radical Islamic terror. How are we going to protect America from a terrorist attack?
First of all, it's a great question. And, you know, we have radical Islamists pouring into our country along with everybody else right now. They're coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We kept them out. We had 1 year where Border Patrol put down, it was, I believe, 2019, where they, and I don't believe this, I don't believe it's right, but I'll take it. They said 0 came in 20, that was my term, 0. Now we have thousands. I'd like to say that was true. It's probably not, because I can't imagine that, but we were very tough on that. Now they have thousands and thousands coming in, along with the prisoners and along with the crime. And remember, a lot of these countries like Venezuela, their crime is way down because they've moved their criminals into our country. It's not even believable. But your question on Islamists and all of the jihad and all of the things that they talk about, they have to respect your country. They have to respect your leader. You know, I had no radical Islam crime for 4 years, and I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to, I talked about it after, but I didn't want to talk about it during. I don't want to say like, I had absolutely, and the next day you get hit. But we had none, 4 years of it, because they respected your president, they respected your country, and they have to, we have to bring back that level of respect, and we're going to do it, we're going to do it. And we're not letting the wrong people into our country. Okay, thank you very much. Great question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know you have run out of time here, but thank you for having this conversation with the people of Wisconsin and people across the country who are watching and concerned about these very same issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you
everyone,
much
for being here.
Thank you, everybody. Vote. Vote. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Okay, so that wasn't that long. My guess is that because they started late, he ran out of time. But I mean, that started well after 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And it's 8:50 p.m. Eastern Time right now. So I just wondered if it being late caused that to happen. But when did it start? The start time was, I'm looking here. So Tulsi Gabbard herself came out. Yeah, I think it was about 32 or 33 minutes long. No, maybe like a little more than that. Let's see. Yes, 8:16. So it's 34 minutes long. 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 Right, Harris spoke for 20 minutes at her rally earlier today. The Trump events are normally longer. Jimmy says maybe Harris has the room booked next. No, she is not speaking there. Yeah, so the sometimes it's a little bit of an issue getting video out of these places. I'm sorry about the audio issue they were having too. At least we could see it, but it can be an issue at some of these venues because I think they use cell phone signals to help get the broadcast out, and there's a lot of people on their cell phone. Anyways, yeah, I mean he spoke earlier in Michigan. It was just. My guess is that originally this event was expected to be longer. That would be my guess. Oh, you know what just happened? Hold on a second. The headline got all messed up. Trump finishes town hall in Wisconsin. How's that? Not finished, finishes. We'll take some comments from you in a second. Okay, sorry, let me just fix this here. Oops. Because the doors open for that town hall, because I looked on the campaign page, the doors opened at 2 p.m. Central Time. The doors opened at 2 p.m. Central Time, and Trump came out at about, what was it, 7:16 Central Time, and it ended at about 7:50 Central Time. Oh, now somebody else mentioned the weather. Ron Tui says there's weather moving into that area. That is true. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I mean, he is flying out, but I don't know if he's going to beat the weather. Oh, there he is. I'll show you the radar in a moment. Let's just look at him. There's about to be there's like a line of storms. Oh, thank you to Louis R. Thank you, Louis R. Louis thinks Tulsi sensed the need to get him out of there. I don't know what the explanation is. I mean, maybe they just had a hard out for some reason. I just don't know. But William Watson thinks it's the storms moving in. Are they going to try to rush him out of there and fly him out before the storms? I mean, the storm. I'm going to show you the radar in a second, but the storms are pretty close. Look, there's radar Omega. And what you can see is there's La Crosse, Wisconsin, right here, and this is about a half-hour radar loop, and there's the line of storms right there. I wonder if they're going to try to get him out of the airport before the storms get there. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't tell you. I don't know. But I mean, the storms will move through eventually, but maybe that's why. Maybe they don't. I mean, it would seem if they're trying to get him out before the storms, they got to get him out pretty soon because they're getting closer on the radar. Our viewer Tadao thinks he actually wants to see the Harris interview so he could post about it on his social media. That's going to be on CNN in like 4 minutes. I don't think he'll catch the start of that. Yeah, guys. Look, guys, the camera stuff, really, it's not my camera. It's not, I don't own the camera. No, I can't. I don't have the rights to show the CNN interview. You can watch it on CNN. Hey, thank you to Sky B. I really appreciate that, Sky B. Thank you. Yeah, no, I don't have the rights to the interview. CNN, it's a CNN thing. By the way, thank you to Tech Slug for your support. I appreciate that, Tech Slug. Thank you on Twitch. We'll watch him leave, and then we'll take some comments from you guys about it. If you missed it, we showed the Harris rally, and now we're showing the Trump. So we got to show both. We got to show you a Harris event and a Trump event today. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted to cover this Trump event because I thought, oh, it's a bit of a different format, so maybe it'll be different. I mean, basically, some of you were commenting on this in the chat. He basically said a lot of stuff that he would say at his rallies. I think if you've seen his rallies, you probably weren't really surprised by much of what he said. I didn't know, how it would be. So I do like, we're getting close to the election. I like to be able, if we have a day where we can cover an event from each candidate, I like to be able to do that. We don't cover all the events of the candidates, but we got to cover one of each today. I have to refix the... While we watch him leave, I'm going to just fix the title again. I had changed the title just so people would know we're covering this right now, but I'm going to change it back right now to what it originally was, at least on YouTube. That's where I changed it. So people know they can see both things if they want to watch it after. Oops, I got to do one more thing here. Hang on one sec. Hang on one sec. As we watch Trump leave, I'm going to take some comments from you guys. Get your comments. I am just updating this here. Where are we here? Where are we here? There we go. We're all fixed. Hey, a quick thank you, by the way. That's very nice of you to Paul G. Paul says maybe they want to get people home before the storm. I don't know if they're going to at this point. We'll see. Hey, thanks, Johan Bronx. I don't know, though, Paul. I don't know. Maybe. Thanks, Johan Bronx, for your support. I really appreciate that, Johan. Johan said they captured El Chapo's son. Johan, wasn't that like a few weeks ago, Johan? That story about capturing El Chapo's son? Or is this a different El Chapo's son? Because there was one a few weeks ago where they captured him and another big Mexico drug figure. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. Johan Bronx, thank you. I'll have to look into it. I haven't seen any reporting about it lately, though, tonight. We're still watching, but I do appreciate that. Johan Bronx, thank you. If you missed the Harris event and want to see it, just rewind the broadcast. All right, Trump is making his way out. Then I'll show you the weather radar. I mean, it's not so urgent in the sense of he's signing stuff. He's saying hi and signing stuff. Oh, Johan says it's his oldest son. It just happened allegedly. I'll keep an eye out for it, Johan. I will keep an eye out for it. Thank you for updating. I appreciate that. And thanks for your support, Johan Bronx. Thank you. We are still watching Trump make his way out. Jason said, can you do a Trump versus Harris poll? I don't really want to do that. I don't want to do like a presidential preference poll. It's not, I mean, look, it's odds are we have more fans of one or the other in the audience. It doesn't represent the country at large necessarily. It's not a scientific poll. And it's kind of divisive. I'd rather just, I like doing polls where people, it's not about who people prefer. So I don't really do that poll. But I appreciate you asking. Stanton mentioned something about Wisconsin and a flag. I didn't understand what Stanton said. Stanton, if you want to ride back, you can message me again with more about that. Oh, I see. A viewer sent me a report that, an unconfirmed report about one of El Chapo's sons being captured. Yes, I'll have to look into that. I'll have to look into it. The AP feed might have, the Reuters feed might have ended here. I think the Reuters feed might be ending, guys. Yeah, I don't see any confirmation about one of El Chapo's sons being captured today, but who knows? Maybe it happened. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I'm not going to get into that on this stream. It's, well, you know, maybe a future stream. I think that we're going to lose this stream. This feed. I think the feed is frozen. Maybe that's it. Oh, is that it? Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, no, it's still going. It's still going. It's still going. I think it's still going. We still have the feed of Trump leaving. There's Tulsi Gabbard, too. Tulsi Gabbard is there. She is still saying goodbye with him. Again, she has made RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard part of his transition team. Thank you, Ross Riley, who thinks I should do the president poll every week. Would be interesting to see how the numbers fluctuate. Thank you, Ross Riley. I get your point, Ross. I get your point. I just don't like the idea on this broadcast, on our channel, of doing just presidential preference polls. I'd rather not get into that world. Trump is leaving. But thank you, Ross, for the suggestion. I really appreciate your support, too. Thank you, Ross. All right, so Trump has left. Trump has now left. Trump has left. I'm going to show you the weather radar in a second. Did Tulsi leave, too? Hey guys, look at the weather radar. Check it out for a second. Weather radar alert. This is from Radarscope. See, there's La Crosse, and there's the line of storms here. Oh, I should get the local radar. Hold on. Let's do it this way. There, see, there's the thunderstorms. There's the thunderstorms. Oh, there's that line of thunderstorms. And some severe thunderstorm warnings here. With winds 60 mile an hour warning, 60 mile an hour. And hasn't hit La Crosse yet. I wonder if they were trying to get him out before the weather. I don't know. But that's where he is. He's in La Crosse. Maybe they wanted to get him out before the weather, but then he took some time to sign some stuff. I don't know. The live event on the stream is over. The Reuters stream is over. All right, so we'll stay with me for now. I'm taking out my headphones. I'm taking out my headphones. Well, maybe. I mean, the line of thunderstorms is not there yet. I bet they're probably rushing him to the airport right now. I assume whether he's flying to like Bedminster or Florida, he's flying east. I assume he's flying east. Or New York would be east. Waltham thinks short town hall definitely could be caused due to weather. Suze thinks they want to get people out safely. I mean, look, it's bad. It's not supposed to be. So let me just say this. I'm not going to minimize the serious weather because this is serious weather, but it's not like a hurricane. It's not like it's I don't think it's unheard of here to have this kind of weather. I mean, where I live in Boston, once in a while we have severe thunderstorm warnings too. So I just want to clarify here. Is the storm tornadic? I don't see tornado warnings right now, so. Anyways. But Fats says they produced numerous tornado warnings in Minnesota, or tornadoes in Minnesota. Maybe they did. I wasn't paying attention earlier. So at the moment, we're not seeing them, but who knows? Is there a tornado watch in the area? I don't know. Anyways, I don't know if he was trying to rush out of there because of the weather. It's possible, it would seem, but there were some tornado warnings about an hour ago in Wisconsin. That I can tell you that. Currently, there are no tornado watches that I can see on the NWS map. Anyways, there's La Crosse right there. Oops, I gotta fix the headline. Let's take it. Hey, any thoughts? Any big thoughts on the town hall and or the Harris? Oh, the Harris. By the way, the Harris interview. I can't show it. If you want to watch it, the Harris Walls interview is airing on CNN right now. Peggy says, thank you for bringing us the weather. Robin Larson says, town hall rally. Yeah, there was a lot of similar stuff to what he might say in a rally. That is true. Hold on a second here. By the way, this came out today. I saw this getting some headlines today. Just to mention it. We didn't talk about this before. Trump says IVF costs would be covered if he is elected. This is from Reuters. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump said today he will require the government or insurance companies to pay for IVF fertility treatments if he is elected in November, a move likely aimed at appealing to women and suburban voters. By the way, I don't know if this is something he can just do unilaterally by himself. Your government will pay for, or your insurance company will be mandated to pay for all costs associated with IVF treatment fertilization for women, he said in Michigan, shortly before the town hall. He also said his administration would push for allowing new parents to deduct major newborn expenses from their taxes. We want more babies, he said. Opinion polls show Trump has lost ground with women voters since Vice President Harris became the Democratic candidate in November for the election. Harris led Trump by 49 to 36% or 13 points among women voters in a Reuters Ipsos poll published today compared to her 9-point lead in polls conducted in July. In speeches, Harris has attacked Trump's abortion position and painted Republicans as a threat to women's rights, including access to birth control and fertility treatments. Trump's IVF pledge may be an attempt to win over women and other voters alarmed by his record on abortion rights. Trump, who as president appointed 3 of the justices who made up the majority that ended constitutional protection for abortion, has said that the matter is now to be decided by individual states. Last week, Trump posted on his True Social account that his administration would be, quote, great for women and their reproductive rights, a statement that was viewed by some as an attempt by Trump to moderate his position and drew criticism from evangelicals. Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, said on Sunday Trump would veto a national abortion ban if one were to be passed by Congress. Reuters also says IVF has emerged as a hot-button issue in this election as Republicans nationwide have scrambled to contain backlash from a decision by the Alabama Supreme Court, which ruled in February that embryos were children. That ruling left it unclear how to legally store, transplant, and use embryos, prompting some IVF patients to consider moving their frozen embryos out of the state. Trump didn't, it says at the bottom here, you can't see it. Hold on a second, I'll show it to you. It says at the bottom here, Trump did not elaborate today on how his administration would cover the cost of IVF treatments and the changes to the U.S. tax code, or whether he would seek congressional action on his proposals. Not all states currently require insurance companies to cover IVF, which involves combining eggs and sperm in a laboratory dish to create an embryo for couples having difficulty conceiving. Even with coverage, IVF is an expensive process that can cost thousands of dollars in drugs and medical procedures. So again, Trump today saying that IVF costs would be covered if he is elected. Morph Retro says maybe income qualified. Girly Sound says can't wait for fertilization week. Wow, that's from Girly Sound. Boomer Wow says there was no constitutional protection. Yeah, the way that Reuters article was written, it said that the Supreme Court, I know what it was going for. It said that the Supreme Court in the article, no, where is it here? It said the Supreme Court majority ended constitutional protection for abortion. So basically what they meant is that they ruled that there was not constitutional protection for abortion. Florida Girl says, where is Beyonce at? So anyways, so the debate is coming up on the 10th. So we'll have, we'll do a stream for the debate. I don't know yet if I can show the debate. It's very possible they won't let me show the debate. I don't know. But we'll do some sort of stream. And we'll keep, it certainly looks right now like it's going to be a close election. That's what it's looking like. I mean, there's different polls that say different things, but a lot of the battleground states, the polls are very close. don't know if I can quote a couple right now, but according to RCP polls, to Real Clear Polling, there was the Hill Emerson poll that came out today. Arizona Trump +3, Harris +1 in Georgia, Harris +1 Nevada, Michigan Harris +3. I mean, these are close. Trump +1 in North Carolina, Pennsylvania tie, Wisconsin Trump +1. There's, so a Bloomberg poll that came out today, Georgia, with having Harris +2 in Georgia, Harris +3 in Michigan, +4 in Nevada, +2 in North Carolina. But these are close numbers. And then there's also polls where Trump is ahead in these states. Some of them you can find different polls. There was a Fox News poll that came out yesterday that was North Carolina Trump +1, Harris +1 Arizona, Harris +2 in Nevada and Georgia. These are close numbers, right? So right now it's looking like a very close election. If the polls, if the polls are roughly accurate. All right, guys, I think we might be getting to that time. So we will keep covering presidential election stuff, obviously, because that's a big story. If I get big updates on other stories, someone mentioned Israel and Iran and stuff, I come on the air and cover that when there's a big update. So if I get a big update, I will come on and do more coverage about that or other stories. Certainly following a lot of different things. So then someone had mentioned El Chapo's son, some reports about that. I'll have to look into that. But again, we will cover big developments as they happen. I'll also post news updates on my X account. So for this channel, subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news coverage. Without an agenda, Agenda Free TV. Also, my X account is @Lookner on X. @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for news updates when we're not on the air. Hang on a second here. Oh, I missed a comment I wanted to mention. So for those few of you who are still watching, Van Speer had mentioned Trump's claims about Minnesota allowing babies to be executed after birth, which seems wrong, but I don't know. I have to look into. I was reading about that before, exactly what he might be referring to. I'm pretty confident that they don't allow just babies to be just executed after birth. Let's see here. So, for example, there is a CNN article from June 6th that talks about this claim. And it says, the CNN article says no state has passed or is passing a law that allows the execution of a baby after it is born. Killing a person is illegal after birth is illegal in every state. There may be something he was talking about, though. I'm not sure. Because I had looked at this article. What is it here? My point is, he might be referring to something else. And when he refers to it, he's not using the right terminology. So I don't want to just say I want to try to get at, why is he saying that? That's my point. Is what does he get? Where did that come from, that claim? Let's see here. And I was actually looking during the broadcast to figure out where that claim came from. Again, I don't know. I don't know where. I'm assuming there's something that he heard that he's kind of twisting a bit to say that about it, but I don't know where the original origin of the claim is. Exceedy thinks it's a late-term abortion, but again, that would not be after birth. There was an article I saw about like this idea that like you could have a failed abortion and then for a brief time maybe it survives after, but I'm not sure where the claim comes from. But I would like to tell you that. I just did like a Google search a bit. I was looking for it earlier and I don't know what the origin of it is. Unfortunately, when you Google it, you'd think like stuff would just come up. Deaf Death thinks he was referring to late-term abortions, but that would not be executing a baby after it was born. That would be different than that. Anyways, what I'll say for right now, because I unfortunately I don't have more information for you, is yes, I don't believe that there's any state that allows babies to be executed after they're born. But it's possible that there's some specific thing in Minnesota that he heard about that he's expressing that way, which is not that, but I would like to be able to tell you what that is, but I don't know that right at the moment. If I can find out that, I will let you know on a future broadcast. Logan Ryman says, why is your conclusion that he's twisting something if you can't explain why he's wrong? I didn't conclude anything. What I said is it's possible that there's something else that he heard that he's expressing that way. That's all I said. Why are you mad at me for saying that? Why are you getting mad at me for saying that? You shouldn't be getting mad at me for saying that. I don't think anything I said warrants you getting mad at me. Anyways, I will look into it. I did not find an easy answer to that question. But thank you, Kenneth Colton, for the question. Sorry, I missed Kenneth's comment earlier, and I saw it and I wanted to get to it. Hang on a second here. Oh, you know what I missed? I missed this. Fisherman Algo, I'm not going to look at it now, had written that there was some sort of betting on Polymarket people were doing about what Trump will say during the Wisconsin town hall. So I didn't see that. Oh, they had this. So just so people can see, maybe we'll do this next time. There was actually on Polymarket, which is a betting site, people had, they bet on what kind of things he would say. Like whether he would say drill baby drill or fake news or how many times he might mention the border or that kind of thing. You can go to Polymarket and check that out if you want. People bet on like all kinds of current event stuff there. Thanks to Fisherman Algo for messaging me about that. Seedling, our viewer, thought Kamala was lying to the public about Trump's policies today, but she didn't get specific, so I don't know what specific she was talking about. Les Bowman said Trump could be referring to former Governor Northam's comments from several years ago in Virginia, just a guess, but remember that being a big deal. I'll have to look into that. Thank you, Les, for writing in. All right, it's time. Guys, it is time. It's time for us to wrap up this stream. Hey, I appreciate you joining us for our coverage of the Harris rally and the Trump town hall. Thank you for watching. And again, subscribe, follow the channel. Also, turn on notifications. We cover all kinds of live breaking news. I never know when it's going to happen. So if you want to get notified when we're going live, because it could happen at any time, sign up for our free notification system. It works great. We do it through Discord. You sign up once, then you get sent a notification every time we go live. The moderators will post the link to the notifications in the chat. And by the way, a huge thanks to our moderators. Thank you so much, moderators. So nice of you. We couldn't have our chat rooms without our moderators. They are awesome. Ruth Crosse, thank you so much, Ruth. Really appreciate you being there. And all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there tonight, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X, on Twitch. All of our Twitch moderators who've been there. Like A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Papa Bear, and I Got That Fire. And our Facebook moderators, like Christina Neal, and Kay Lowry Body, and Paul Anderson, and Bud Green, and Ronald Egnor, and Margaret Riley. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks to everybody who donated, too. That was super nice of you guys. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist with your support. So thanks so much for your support. That's really nice of you. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv, but big thanks to you. By the way, if you want to check it out, we have a chat, a free live chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air on Discord. It's the same, to check that out, it's the same link as the notifications. If you click on the notifications link, you'll also see the option to go to the Discord and check that out. So check out our Discord chat if you want. And thanks to our Discord mods too. And as I mentioned, I will post on my X account when I am not on the air about breaking news updates at Lookner on X. I'll put a link to the X account in the chat. And a reminder, hopefully going to get back on there soon. I do have a personal channel where I sometimes do some non-news live streaming. That is called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd with a D on Twitch. So hopefully getting back there soon to do some more non-news live streaming over there on Lookner and Look Nerd. Okay. Also, quick reminder, if you subscribe on YouTube and you haven't done it already, you should click this bell and choose all so you get the YouTube notifications. To do that, click the bell and choose all if you're subscribed on YouTube. Okay, hey, thanks again to our Facebook subscribers. Much appreciated. Eve Richards, Diane Allworth, Jane Summers, Robert Real II, Lou Green, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To all of our subscribers and all of our viewers over there like Paula Thompson and Iva Lynn Berry Speedell and Audrey Burbank. Also on Twitch, our subscribers there, Shaggy Wall Street, Tech Slug, Koala Magoo, and who else over there right now? John M401, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Who Shot JR, thanks for being a subscriber. And all of our other subscribers over there on Twitch, and all of our viewers. Appreciate you watching. Girly Sound. Oops. And our YouTube members, for example, people like Mythical Dr. McRib, Darky7, Donna Smith, Night of Fire, Catch 22, Jesse's Girl, Marissa Pugliese, Def, Lay, Princess Teapot, Danny G, Waltham, Stacy Cub, Yastreb, SNN, Jesse's Girl, Jersey, Texas, Think and Repent. Thanks for being members. Did I say Dr. McRib, Serenity, C. Chase, Sarah Milligan, Susie Irish, Haunted Bagel, Chris N., Dean Jacobs, Exceedy, Marissa Pugliese, Tim Possible. Thank you, members. And all of our other YouTube members, thank you. And our viewers. Thank you for watching. All right, guys, it's time. It is time. So this has been our live coverage of the Kamala Harris rally and Trump town hall. If you missed them, you can rewind and watch them. More campaign coverage coming up. More coverage of other stuff coming up. But I really appreciate you tuning in. And thanks for letting me read your comments on the air and writing in as well. That is it for now. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.